No iconium. Well, it's the fourth day here at Worskol Monument as the last games that we are going to be seeing right here at Under 13 Cravenweek. And the opening team that are opening the field today is Border Under 13As versus the Southwestern District A. So both teams have done fairly well in this tournament. And then, of course, they will look to see and try and see if they can finish off this tournament on high. So, Border looking very enterprising with the ball in hand, and of course Southwestern District as well, more or less exactly the same, with Border and Ockers at 9 and 10 just operating there. As Frost today, it's a little bit better. So Lawrence, good morning and welcome back again here.
Good morning, Mac. Exactly the crack of dawn this morning. I must actually say I'm really impressed with these young men and how tough they are actually, because I'm sure I can't imagine how their feet must feel right now, especially the team that comes on first, because they're catching the crisp of the dew, and actually it's not even dew at this point in time, it's frost, because they're the one actually breaking it down for the rest of the teams to come on and do their thing. But and the camaraderie between these boys, now I'm looking at the team that's going to be playing after them, already shaking their hands, actually greeting them good morning. Now they've actually become mates and friends as the week went by. I mean, that's what the rugby field can do. I mean, from opposite directions, even making a guard of honor for these young men. Certainly, that's a good spirit that the boys have brought this morning. And certainly, looking forward to what they actually can bring on the field. I'm sure the quicker you get warm, the quicker you're going to get into the swing of things, yeah? I don't think you want to wait for anything, especially the outside backs. I'm sure they'll be looking for work to make sure they just keep on moving, because it'll be very important as the SWT takes on the field led by their captain. November has been instrumental in this endeavor as well this week. And they're opening up the proceedings here for us. And Border is going to actually take on the field, also led by their fellow captain as well.
Yeah, well, there's a big crowd there just cheering the Border Under 13 team. As they've got so much crowd, and of course, you know, Lawrence, it's a special moment for the kids, because I'll tell you what, this is probably the last time these kids will be playing together in this team with the Cravenweek team. So next week or 2 weeks from now, they'll be back straight onto their school. So it's a special moment, really indeed, for the players. As some of them will go even higher and higher honors here in South Africa when we talk about rugby.
Yeah, certainly indeed. I mean, the 2 number 8s today leading from the front are going to make a huge difference for their team in man. Nkogoi there is going to versus November. It's going to be interesting contest, but both of these teams, I think some of them on, like, I mean, as well as the energy they bring is just immense. And obviously a Border having to bring their best foot forward early in the morning is going to be key.
Well, the kick is deep, they've just let it bounce. Well, earlier on into this game, there's a good run. That ball's been picked up by Dentman, who is a go-to man. Duprez, who's starting this game. There's the captain, November. He breaks the line very early on into this game. He's looking to offload. No. Here's Duprez, just comes in to Onkeris again. As a first mistake in this game. Jeez, I just feel sorry for their players, Lawrence. I must say, it looks as if it's very cold down there with a little bit of frost down on the park. Now Border decides to run. Mangwenchu takes it in. There's no advantage, says the ref. So they'll go back to their first incident mistakes where they took place on the far side of the park.
I mean, the knock on there from the outside center. Nolan Blakis. But what I've noticed as well is very difficult to actually run at full tilt as well. They can't control their speed. They really have to check their step every time because they tend to have that bit of a slip. Even coming to clean, they have to really slow down immensely to make sure they don't get it wrong and actually overrun their own ruck. But really it's a difficult situation for them as well. But they'll make a plan. It's not the first time these boys play so early in the morning. It's been done before. Certainly something they'll have to manage. And supposedly the more you stay on your feet, it means you don't have to be checking your speed at times from time to time.
Hlome Lambani from Dell will feed the scrum. He feeds. And he looks to find his 10. Nkwancha just gets the ball now. Coming in from inside, just running straight. There's a big man there. As Unjoni just takes it in, he lays the ball very nicely. Counter-rucking is coming from Southwestern District. Penalty, says the ref. Well. Quick take again from Umbane. Yeah, they're looking just to speed up the game.
Unfortunately, there the center broke very nicely. Actually, he should have tried to use it. Like I said, he probably thought of side-stepping, but it's one of those things that's most difficult to do.
Now, Border just keeping the ball alive. It's definitely slippery. Itulunzela just cleaned that ball out. Umbane with the pass. Then he feeds it to his number 10. Nkwancha again. Now they've got an overlap on the far side of the park. Step, and then he goes. As Porter with the ball in hand. Well, they're going backwards now, and they'll have to regroup. Mbane to his pick number 13, Lonzela. 10 over ball for Southwestern District. So Prinsloo with the ball in hand. Now Dupree, who's starting today. It's a good run that from November. He's leading by example, the captain of Southwestern District. Now, opportunity coming at this stage. So there's an overlap as Blakey with the kick, and it's going. As Sean Reuters there just missed an opportunity. Good chasing though from Sean Reuters. As I'll tell you what, Lawrence, if you're looking at the Southwestern District team, the ball players is Blakey. That's Blakey, who has been very devastating, creating problems. But good chasing there from the left wing, Sean Reuters.
I think Breiters made a mistake. They shouldn't have tried to pick it up because the ball was not really coming up. So what he had to do is to make sure he slides onto the ball, drop himself onto the ball. And obviously was hoping the bounce was a bit better. Unfortunately, opportunity missed, but nice intervention there from Blakey, who actually did a great job instead of getting through that defensive line of the border defense.
Mbane kicks from the base, and Reuters there running skew, but he's still skipping the ball alive. A good tackle there by Ulunzela. Now Dupree waiting, he's looking around, and eventually just finding his captain, November. He slips. Daniel Dupree as Iglesias Bruma takes it in. As ref is playing advantage there, he's been held up. It's a turnover ball, so Mbane with the ball, and yep, it's a turnover ball.
Yeah, simply a double knock there from the hooker. He's really been instrumental in how he's carrying himself about it. That even the number 8 are the main carriers are SWD here. And what happens as well, Mac, I think the element here, the grass is a 6th element on both teams because it's not really affecting one team. Both teams are really struggling to keep their feet, and in terms of how they move around, change direction is very key. You look at the brainers there, Sean Reuters, when he was running across, he wanted to change direction and go straight, but the worrying was now he's not gonna get his footing right. As he goes in, I think we've got a technical change on Lock. Is he coming up or has he already been substituted?
Yeah, well, he's up and running.
No. He's actually not as a center.
Yeah, it's the big Aluta. Lanzela comes from George Randall Primary School. There's a little some blood as well, so the game has been held up a bit with the medical attention to the players. There's still no points on the board between these two teams. So big man comes in, Clement Makelele from Hudson. This is a technical change then, Lawrence. I'm sure you can say more about the big guys
Yeah,
right
no,
up
it's a
in
very
front.
important change as well, because without them the scrum cannot take place. So clearly the tight end must have something gone wrong there, but hopefully can come back at some point of the game. But it's no slouchers coming in as well. Prince Law.
Shomela Mbane feeds. As they're running the ball now from inside 8-22. There's the big man just takes it in and it knocked it forward. No, says the ref, so they're keeping the ball alive. They're playing on the far side of the park. So turnover ball. Southwestern District have won the ball. So Dupree will come and he will feed his captain November. November staying very well on his feet. Dupree's good run, that one by Gentman, running straight. Penalty, says the ref.
Yeah, I think the guilty party is the man who just came on, or Clement Makelele, who just actually didn't drop a shoulder at all. Just put out his arm and just got a call away for November there. The referee picked that up and had given the advantage. But obviously SWT unable to get and use the advantage. But like I said, these guys are still filling out each other now. In these few minutes that have been taking on each other. But I think one is an opportunity, not one rare opportunity we saw is that SWT not able to finish it. Everything was created, completed, and that was one only time that anyone has had to cross the whitewash. But Border has actually got two big centers, as you mentioned.
Yeah, another change at Lawrence here for the Border here.
No, it's a technical change. Remember, it's a one that came off for something. The left, the lucid prop. Yes, basically a replacement. Dunyeswa there is basically going to go back to lucid, and then the tight end, who's wearing number 1 on his back, is going to be playing tight end again.
Good line out with the Dupree, just letting it go to Onkers. Onkers there to Emmerman. Emmerman dummies. Tackled there, it's gain about 10 meters. There's Pinar, pick up and go. That's his trend, and he does it so well, Pinar. Dupree looks to Onkers. Emmerman again. As Blakey steps. Oh, he's been held up. Well, good counteract there from Border. It's penalty, says the ref. As they're just playing the ball there during ruck time. So, as the coaches are shouting instructions. So, tap and go to November. The captain just leading by example. Daniel Dupree will feed. As Iglesias just takes it in. There's quite a few changes. Iglesias is playing at Lucet today. Dupree to Onkers. There's a hit man. There's Duntman. And then it dents the Border under 13 team with a try.
Yeah, the game plan is simple there with the SWT. They got 3 main ball carriers in the number 8 Captain November, and then basically the hook and the Iglesias Brainers and Deadman. Obviously they use them in that sequence, and obviously they're not even attempting to go help each other out. And Deadman was basically there with momentum. Is a very big man, is a very difficult man to bring down, and certainly a good try, good composure, good patience, because he could have been tempted to go help his fellow hooker there with a bit of attention on himself before he scored a try. But obviously that deadlock has been broken down now, and I'm assuming the kick is going to be formalities right in front as the tee's been carried on. I hope it doesn't take some meters. I think they've carried on the wrong tee. He's like, listen man, this is a wrong tee. Let me just drop this thing over.
Well, Onkers converts as Johan Henry Deadman scores their first try for Southwestern District. Well, fairly even teams in terms of their strength, and then it's going to just depend who really just wants it most. So it's 10 minutes gone, it's 7 points. Southwest District, that's still no points on the board for the Border Bulldogs. A good take from Iglesias. He picks one, he's still going. Another fend off. Well, he's gained about 40 meters. Now pick up and go from Pinar. Pinar is always first there on the ball, onto the ruck. Dupree just running with ski, but he knew exactly what he was doing, and unfortunately that pass can't find his player on the outside. So penalty. So back to the incident that took place earlier on. So no advantage, says the ref.
Yeah, certainly not a good carry there from the kickoff of Brainers. Took it on the run, took it like a fullback. And then obviously with the big size that he have, when he's got momentum, I think every player is thinking twice before tackling him. They sort of plan how they're going to take him on and bring him down. Eventually when it was brought down, I think the rest of the team was actually behind and on the outside line. And so they just kept on the ball, and Pinar kept that momentum as well. That's what actually forced them to actually give away a penalty. Because that's what you do when you break the line. You keep the momentum, you keep the speed on the ball. But now they need to get this line out. And obviously the back line is going to come a bit closer to each other. Unfortunately unable to control it, but they still get it back. But unfortunately it went forward before it was actually regathered from SWT. I think just maybe the hands are not as warm as yet from some of the guys. I mean only a few players that we can actually count that has actually had a ball in their hands. So it's been foreigner sentiments when it comes to see how the ball feels this morning. But unfortunately the lock unable to gather that one and control it. But I'm sure it's just an elementary error that you could fix at some point as the game goes on.
Well, it will get better during the day. So 12 minutes gone, 7 points to Southwestern District under 13A. As the ball has been fed by Mbane. A good pick up and go there by Kokoyi. Mbane. Tungkwancha.
Nice.
Yeah, there they come again, just running the ball. Now there's an overlap, so we're all gonna be seeing some pace on the outside. Without Stimela just kicking it in, but losing the ball in a tackle, so pick up and go. There's Delport. Dupree just finds space behind. Good kick, as Rev is not playing advantage, it's at high tackle. So
great interplay there from Border Bulldogs, who actually took that ball from deep within their 22, went through the hands until the right winger. The right winger did the right thing, chip and chase, and the scrambling was good there from SWD. And obviously Elmerman came up with the goods, and then you can see how slippery he is. Even the kicker can't keep his other foot from balancing. So that's how slippery he is, folks. If you thought we were joking, and that's evident there for you to see as well.
yeah, now they're running the ball again from inside there, Tenny to Luchiza with the pass. And that's what they really want to do. Go being tackled on the far side of the park. Well, I've seen good defense here and good attack between these two teams.
Well, listen, SWD, if they don't have their defense in order here, they'll be in trouble, because the border loves to swing the ball to the outside. They've got two big centers there, which actually eager distributors. I mean, they're big, usually these big boys. When they're that big, sometimes they fancy their chances from time to time. But I think SWD stood up very well at the moment. Border's gone around them a couple of times, but the scrambling has been evenly good from SWT. These guys are meeting each other very nicely. But then a good scrum there from SWT. Channel 1 that gets stuck slightly in the middle, but they've got a ball.
So Dupree to Onkers to Emmerman. Emmerman just sells a dummy now. Blackie just comes in. He's got an overlap. He passes it to Raiders. Raiders will go. He's got one man to beat. Good cross-cover defense there from a border big eighth man who come in here. Ushomla. Mokoyi just coming in there, just covering that space. As I like that move, Lawrence. It's an old move, but I tell you what, it's still very effective.
It still works. Unfortunately, that pass was borderline flat, but the ref said it was good. I mean, it must have looked so impressive from his view as well. What a cross defense there from the big number 8 to haul in a speedster like that. It means his flankers today, they're probably in terms of speed, they're matching up with these backline players. I mean, you can see how sometimes they interchange in terms of position there. A bit scrappy lineup, but Border managed to just manage the situation.
Mbane kicks in the middle of the park. Blakey gets the ball. Bunono James takes it in. Dupree to Onkers. Emmenman, who's been just running straight all the way. So intercept. As Nkwancha just getting the ball. He just gets away. Emmenman tries just to recover the tackle. Well, that's the first time they're inside the opposition's half. Now they are taking the blind side. Well, they're keeping it very close. Mbane. There's the ball been missed forward, but now they're still running it. Now, is there a knockout? No, says the ref. So the big 8th man just takes it in. As penalty, says the ref.
I think Deadman got his timing wrong. They had numbers, but Border is actually keeping the pressure on. relentless ball in hand, and obviously Iglesias trying to salvage the situation there, and I think he did a great job, Mac, because he managed to hold him up, and then that ball is definitely going to be turnover. Well done there from the big man. Certainly not just a ball carrier, as he was awake. He's probably one of the guys who was awake, because Boda didn't wait for actually second invitation as to even know what the mark was, and they were quickly on the ball, but the mistake they made, they actually went back into the traffic instead of spreading it to the guys on the fringes, which were also ready to go. But it's really enterprising stuff here from Boda, and they really want to get on that scoreboard before halftime, and they're doing everything in their power to do so. But what's it mean, SWT is just also awake and actually aware of the situation. The scrambling is good.
Yeah.
I mean, obvious opportunity there from them. They snuffed out because Bunolo Maji, the fullback, he got in between them there, and actually Luchiza got in between and intercepted, which I think was going to be trouble for them on the other side. Good scrum, good channel ball. The scrum a bit sleepy, but he got it away. Nice hands.
Well, they're running the ball from inside their 22 with Blakey's there, just deciding to put the ball on his feet. Ooh. Now, this is what they were really looking for. Unfortunately, just missing that ball.
Yeah, no,
I'm very impressed with the Southwestern District as well. They're running the ball from close to their try line, Lawrence, and they got away with it.
They brave.
Awareness of these players has been brilliant. Both teams, I must say.
Considering that the scrum ball was lying on the floor for a while, but still managed to do
feet off the top. Nkwancha just comes in around. They're a little bit going backwards now. Luchiza just takes it in.
Fight him.
He sets up a very good platform. Bane. Now, there's a big man. Maleleke. That's exactly what they are going to be doing here, just to running the ball. They're keeping it alive, which is very good. Yes. Very straightening it up now.
Not rolling away.
Nkwancha to the big 8th man, Mokoyi. Bani again. Koleka just takes it up right straight. Bane. Well, to Ntantala, wearing number 5. Bane again.
Oh.
They're running a bit skew. Are they confused? Yes.
Yeah, I think the Liskamaf actually took the wrong option there. His support on right next to him was expecting to be skipped because he had no position to actually get that ball in the first place. And unfortunately, the ball, but pass was slightly behind the big man there in the number 8, and he unfortunately knocked it on. An opportunity miss there for Boda, but they're really asking the questions. But I think if they keep on asking the question where the traffic is, they're gonna come up a bit short there because they're making it easy for SWT. They need to swing the ball, move those big forwards around, and maybe those opportunities will end up coming around. We do that a couple of times. The ball has been stolen, a tight head there for Boda. Lucky. SWT recovered immediately as soon as that ball was hooked. It's like, no, this is ours. A second gear was found, second shaft was found, and they certainly came back and then regained it because it was always gone for all money. Because you can see those big toes there getting it back, and then actually they're not even going forward. I think the awareness of just a little scrum off needs to make sure that he's a bit lower to Priya and put it in right underneath the legs of the lucid, not in the middle, because then you make it a 50-50 for Boda as well to have a go at that ball as well. It's very important.
Well, to Priya's feed and pick up and go there by November. The captain just leading by example. As just high tackle. Was it rolling away or high tackle there, Lawrence?
No, I think the ref is going to have a chat. Yeah, it's a high tackle. But it could have actually been both. Because sometimes when you bear hug and the things end up a bit badly, it looks worse than what it is. And look at that. I mean, oh yeah, I know, right? I think he slid up with the momentum coming from behind. The captain has been doing a lot of work on defense, because he really have been scrambling to protect his fellow backline players. But Asepa is doing what the captains want. So unfortunately got the timing wrong. There's opposite number, had the momentum on him, so he had to really make sure he doesn't let him get away, but trying to smother the tackle and the ball and all. But unfortunately, that one gave a penalty away.
Yeah, the reserve hooker, Zander Swart, will feed. The line out comes from Liarskol Otenigwa. He feeds us forwards now. They bring it down, so August takes it straight. As holding, says the ref.
The captain has redeemed himself, Mackie exactly back on the horse again. Kukoi there, he did very well, and actually when that step from Onkar, he takes speed on his opposite number, but the 8-man was on point to cover again as usual, and came up with a good close. Was the first man there, did the right thing and just gone to the ball. Let it go. He's really playing well. He's leading from the front. He doesn't shy away from the hard stuff. Certainly he gets involved as well with the ball in hand. So it's very interesting how these two number 8s are playing, because they're playing their own games. And it's funny enough, their own games seem to be very similar as well.
Olutando Ashane is looking to find his jumpers, and that ball has been knocked forward by the Southwestern District team. So it's going to be scrum.
It's one of those, Mackie, sorry to disturb you. Bunono James was actually supposed to get a ball while standing, but I think the hooker actually didn't even give it. You know, you gotta give it to more or less to your side that it needs to go to. Not that every giving it away is a skew throw, but when it's that low, sometimes if the hands hit his hands, the ref wouldn't really be offended much being a skew or straight ball and as such. But unfortunately, the opportunity gone, and then as the border getting to put in the ball, but the hit is on. Unfortunately, unable to control the situation.
Yeah, Mbane under pressure there as he knocked the ball forward. So the scrum was not steady from border under 13A. So pressure came on from Southwestern District. So I must say, just credit to Dentman and Prinsloo, tighted prop. And let's not forget, number 4 and 5, James and Bosch.
Engine room.
Which I call it the engine room as well, Lawrence. You are so correct. So they're working very hard, helping each other. Dupree.
Deadman is a bit high. Yeah, no. It's a free kick against you, Border. Was not behind the mark.
Well, Dentman takes it in.
Attempted sidestep there.
Takes 3 players with him. Dupree, good run there from Elicious. Yeah, he's setting up a very good platform for his team. As Onkar is there to Emmerman. Emmerman has been very good as well. A typical hard man center. That Emmerman. Good run again from Dentman. Dentman goes, tackled. As the ball has been knocked forward. Well, Lawrence. Dentman, the way he runs with the ball.
Yeah, that's certainly Dentman, but he had to be stopped. But who else to stop him? But I think he felt the pain on that because he did the right thing. He went as low as possible. That's why Dentman actually felt like he's falling from a tree. But certainly with that momentum, it's actually to stop a man like that. You can see he's clutching his shoulder there. But certainly did put his body on the line there. But as happened in terms of weight ratio, something had to give. And certainly, hopefully short as just a stinger. I don't know why they're not giving him time. But certainly he can always come back.
Yeah,
they can always come back. They need to make sure there's nothing worse here because it's rolling subs. And obviously did very well. He saved his team. But I think Deadman was gone for all money. With momentum behind him and size, really something had to actually put the body on the line. And they did it correctly. A lot of players simply just to create a speed hump there for the big man to fall over. But he would have been penalized, possibly a penalty try as well. But he saved his team quite a lot there. That's why maybe he needs a bit of recovery, a bit of magic ice, just to make sure his shoulder is still intact. And he might come back and do the job again. Obviously, that opportunity has been given to the other man there, who just came on our on the program.
Yeah,
number 23 here, who certainly we need to get it to make sure also maybe it might be a special puzzle in this whole thing at some point in this game.
Kick as Reuters just knocked the ball forward.
No, he was not sure. He actually, Reuters actually wanted to listen to the ref, but the game carries on. Border's not waiting for nobody as the ball is going through the hands. Unfortunately, slightly forward there from Border. But the idea was good, was to get the ball as quickly as wide as possible. And like I said, making it, this is very enterprising stuff. Border just behind by 7 points, nothing in it. But then both teams need to really go recheck their strategies and see how they go about it. But so far, so good on both teams.
Well, so far, so good for Southwestern District, as they are leading this game by 7 points to 0. And of course, both teams just really giving each other the big contrast. Border really attacking, and Southwestern District is really defending well as a halftime score here in this game. So Southwestern District 7 points, and Border Bulldogs 0.
A ni'n dod â'r chwaraewyr gorau o Lanelli, Casnewydd, Caerdydd, Abertawe, Llanfair Pwllgwmgell o Girechwydd, Grob o Llantysilio, Gogo Goch, a Thu Hwnt. Ni'n caru dod i dde Affrica. Mae dy chi eithroedd sy'n neud i'r Gymraeg swnio normal. Felly, pen campwyr byd! Oeddech chi'n barod?
Centre court, the greatest stage in tennis. Serena with a stunning forehand. Roger Federer, la légende. 100 years of centre court, and what a moment this is.
The stage awaits. Join Supersport in pursuit of greatness at Wimbledon on 2 broadcast channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
You have too many new voice messages.
Morning, Neil. It's Annelle. I'm sure you know what day it is.
Is he on set already? Do you think that this is better for Insta or the red carpet?
Good morning from Loftus. You are in studio, right?
Hey, don't forget to warm up.
Children's party.
It's Saturday, Neil. Saturday!
Welcome to your weekend.
The legend has returned with a few new faces. Super Saturday. Saturday mornings on Supersport on DSTV. Proudly brought to you by Toyota.
Neil Andrews, I'm doing a show now. It's Saturday.
Well, it's the first game, and it's halftime already with 7 points. The Southwestern District leading Border, as both teams looking to finish off this tournament in style. So it's Cravenweek under 13 that has been played in the Monument World School in Krugersdorp. It's the last day today for the young men to impress. There's dignitaries and the committees of this tournament. And I see Selwyn there as all the officials just having photos. As, they've done very well just putting this tournament going. Great tournament that has been hosted here in Krugersdorp, and officials doing superbly so to host it. So, as Onkers will restart the game.
Organizing, commenting, having been their time in the sunshine.
They've got their names, Lawrence, all of them.
No, certainly a key component in organizing. You can't really go without these guys because everything has gone very smoothly so far. And then the people behind the scenes sometimes not really been recognized and appreciated, but it's good to see that they're getting also appreciated here, getting a bit of time to be acknowledged, which is very good. I'm sure something they'll remember as well. Maybe they'll meet each other again in terms of cleaner pastures, anywhere higher in structures, because this is obviously ground level for a lot of them. Some of them are old, some of them are young, so it's certainly in terms of management. You need everything that's operating as a unit.
Yeah, well, they've done very well to hosting this tournament. Dan Lawrence, Selwyn January, Hammond, Belveld. I can't name them all, Lawrence, Pranscott, but Peter Leroux, Neville Jardine, president of the Golden Lions. Well, just to name the few. Well, kickoff. Steve. Already, Barnett just spotting an opportunity behind. There's a little bit of a juggle there with the ball in hand, so Blackie's getting tackled. It's penalty. Well, they've really just picked up the intensity, this border team. Now, Clement Maleleke just takes it in, he runs a little bit skew. Now they're running the ball, so they've got an overlap on the outside as they come in. Now they still got the ball in hand, so that's exactly what they were looking for, coming back again onto the tram lines. There's the ball there, going forward. Well, they're playing with confidence, Lawrence.
Yeah,
at times, though, they'll need to straighten up a bit to preserve space on the outside.
But sometimes the effect of running straight is sometimes depends, because the passing issue, remember when you're going to the right-hand side, sometimes it's difficult for a lot of players, so they have to get closer to each other. It means now the running has to be so twice as hard for them to get around the opponent, but the passing, if the passing is key, is going to actually make it easier for them to run straight.
To press feeds, as gives it to Onkers. Onkers there, just standing behind the scrum, just deciding just to get a kick. Now they are going to be running the ball, so Luchisa still goes, now being tackled inside to the 22. Barney, as now they're going, they've got an overlap, it's going to work, and the ball has been knocked forward. Well, Lundeza, as the ball has been picked up now this time, as he went out. Well, Delport, who hasn't had no opportunity in this game, just gets one opportunity. Things not really working out there for him. Well, it's getting intense between these two teams.
And I think what's important here, Border needs to strike first to just keep their confidence in check and make sure this game doesn't get away from them. But first things first, the line-out needs to happen. And Bunono doesn't make sure he actually knocks it on. Border gets it away with it.
Kwancha to Johnny running skew, but eventually just gives it to his right man. So Stimela goes. High tackle, definitely. And the ref will have a say there to the players. A yellow card, maybe?
No, a yellow card and a penalty try. That's what I'm actually...
Lawrence, that's harsh.
No, there was no defender behind. He was the last defender, literally, that made that tackle. That's why he probably had to do everything in his power to actually pull him back. I mean, unfortunately, illegally, and the ref is going to make an easy decision there to actually just a penalty try. What a comeback there from Border. Certainly, this is a response they needed to have. And certainly, I mean, the center you're saying was running skew. That's what I'm saying. The problem was the passing, and he wanted to make sure. But the good thing, the right winger held his ground and actually waited for him to do whatever he wanted to do. And he kept the tilt on and the speed, and the pass was given at the right time because he's already attracted defenders on him. And then the last defender there was actually now was a situation of a beat me if you can, and then certainly it does, and then he made sure he just holds him back. And obviously going to be replaced by player 19 just to have the full complement of 15 while he's sitting on the naughty chair. Just want to get his number. Did you get his number, Mac? The defender. No, it's a full.
It was Blakey, the outside center.
The main man. Certainly very important man in the SWD team. Unfortunately, really had to come back from that deep to actually go cover that. Remember, he's not even fullback. I assume it was the fullback. So the fullback must have been flat on the line when that action all took place. Well done to the inside center. He really did cause a bit of confusion in the defensive system. But Blakey has to take the knockdown for now. But well done to Border. And back on Evan Stevens here. Obviously penalty try, self-converted.
Yeah, kick off there from Onkers deep. As underneath the ball is Nkwaba from Dale College. Well, tactical kicking now just coming through Delport gets it inside his half. He decides just to kick it back again. A good cross cover there from Border, and penalty, says the ref. So that's been a very big factor in these games, Lawrence, where the ball has been kicked and no one else is really retreating to be onside. And I must say, it happened in almost all the games.
No,
so it's not only one team. There's almost all the teams are really just doing that, are not really aware. Well, the kids, I think they're young and they're so keen to play, and sometimes they do forget the rules.
No, listen, humanly impossible to think about it if you're correct, Mac. But let's see, this ball is not out. A mistake, Mr. Nefa. Carry it back!
Oh,
why would you do that? Why not kick it out? Well, I suppose you've got... No, actually, on hindsight, thinking about it, they've got a very solid scrum, so they can actually wiggle themselves out of trouble here. I think that was a sensible thing done there by the big man. And certainly, I thought he made a big mistake there by carrying it back over his own trial line instead of trying to just buy time and stay on his feet. But when you got a scrum like they do have, which is an obvious advantage with the Prince Law and Deadman controlling proceedings, they need to make sure now they're very clinical to make sure they try to get a turnover scrum here from Border. And then at least try to keep it steady so they can get their flankers loose.
Barney feeds.
Trouble.
Running it straight, so Emmerman intercepted that ball. Dupre with the kick. Very good kick from Dupre, finding space behind the defense. As a
high tackle.
High tackle, yeah. Well,
yeah, Emmerman did well there, but actually confidence. I mean, the Border Bulldogs had a bit of a steady scrum for a change, but I think they chose to run into the traffic area. Usually they send the ball, and this is a good side. They could have actually gone wide as quickly as possible because it's the ED side passing to the left, but they decided to bring their center in close to traffic, and obviously those loosies or dead men just said, listen, coachy, I'm actually want to go this thing. I don't want to even kick.
Deadman takes it in. High tackle as the ball not been released from the ruck. Well, Dupre again will tap and go. Now this time it gives it to Kalicious. Kalicious takes it in. As the hooker today just playing it as the loose forward. Dupre. Oh, good tackle there. Onkar's just ending up losing the tackle. Now they've got the ball in hand. Bane to Nkwacha. Oh, it's slippery on the field. Bane again to Nkwacha as the offload comes.
Oh,
they're going backwards.
Unlucky.
Oh, well.
I think the trick here was, as you can see, the frustration from the Border players. I think that pass needed to happen before contact to make sure that they actually gets around. When it decided to take it in, and then trouble was actually, and then fullback unable to control it. I mean, trying to dive on it, and obviously the surface is not the best at the moment in terms of them keeping their feet, and accidentally knock it on. Obviously the coaches trying to keep the spirits up of their teammate from team to make sure they put pressure. Deadman first time collapsing in the scrum. That's the first collapse I've seen.
Yeah, it's the first collapse, and that ball was stolen by Border during scrum time.
Yeah, maybe that's what Deadman was trying to give it everything he's got. Unfortunately, the grip is like driving a truck with no traction control, slipping all over the place, and had to drop the scrum at that moment. And then obviously this man has been immense in the scrums, and I suppose that's why the ref is restarting this one. It's just an error. The footwork is a problem.
Well, Duplessis feeds. Now they going to the blind side once again. Duplessis just gets the ball, and the ball's been left backwards. November cleans it up. Duprez. They're trying to keep the ball alive. Tackle needs to roll quickly. Duprez to Onkers. Onkers. That ball has been knocked backwards now again by Arendine. So turnover ball. Now, this is what the coach had said. I heard him saying Kaba, and he really just kicked the ball, finding space behind. So Delport there trying to cross cover, now running at fullback. Another good runner off the ball. That's Delport. He's been very quiet today. He hasn't had any opportunity. Only one opportunity that he got. There's the border coaches there, Uluyanda Mbende and Monet Muller. And their captain, Bramley Kennedy, on the side.
I think the hooker there in the middle, I think, is in trouble. That's why he's on the ground. Olutando Kasheni, who's going to be replaced by Mitara. Mitara is actually getting ready to throw. I was wondering whose ball is it? I don't see a hooker having a ball in hand on both sides, but then I realized in the midfield that there's a bit of an injury being attended to by medic. And obviously the touch does helping the ref to check if everything is okay there. And obviously to notify him as well that he's been replaced. Whatever happens, they need to try and get him off the field to assess him more on the outside. I'm sure he can get up and be able to walk. So I'm glad here some of the injuries are not major. Probably major one that we've had is probably just collarbones dislocating, and a lot of players and their slings and their arms and most of the stuff. And I think most of it is tissue, which Magic Eyes can sort out. Is he going back on a horse?
He is back. Olutando Mashane, the hooker, is up and running. He will feed the line out.
So
comes from Selborne College, primary, obviously. Now he feeds off the top. Now they're just taking the ball through their hands. Here's a fast man. Stimela gets. Stimela scores. Stimela is quick, Lawrence. And quick. Stimela goes like a train. Well, and that's their second try.
Yeah, good work there from Border. Certainly did well there. I think for him to get the ball away from the... But the passing was key. Did you notice, Maggie? The clinical from the scrum half was probably the best pass of them all, but everyone just didn't let the ball do the work. I think SWD didn't have to panic there. I think the Placky said that was off for a while. I think he's trying to make up for lost time. He shot slightly out of line there. That's what created an overlap for the speedster, and obviously he's jubilated. Obviously work done as Sam Kello. Stimela moving certainly like a bullet train.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, no, it can't be a steam train. There's certainly that speed. It did absolutely well and kept it running. And obviously using the advantage of height. He just slid about a few meters out of the line, which is very difficult to bring down in that situation. Great response there from Border.
Well, they have. Well, they've been probing even in the first half. It's been the team that have been really attacking very well, with the defense standing very strong from Southwestern District. And this time they managed to find space on the outside, and then they'd scored a try. So conversion will be very important as Guanja strikes, and it's a little bit short. So look at this run, Lawrence. Confident run.
No, certainly indeed.
Well,
yeah, no. It was actually a tall task. I mean, it's right on the line, from the touch line on the side, on the right hand side. There's no wind to talk of so yet. It's also about a question about how you strike it and how good you strike it, because the wind is not really playing a factor so far.
Well, 12 points to 7. They will come again. Border. Mbane with the kick. Good kick, really indeed. Good chasing as well. Is that ball being knocked forward?
I think the ref assumes it has, because that's why it's given advantage to
Delport.
SWD.
As Blakey back onto the park. Dupree with the kick. Good kick from Dupree. Is it finding space?
Beautiful
yes. Kick. Great kick.
The little scrum halves, I think this box kick, they're actually doing like pros. And I mean, firstly from the Bora little scrum half, we got a box kick, which was a contestable, just a runner. Didn't manage to get it on the run, and the bounce eluded him. But the same thing reply here from the Luke Porter said, listen, what you can do. Unfortunately, not Luke Porter, Daniel Dupree. What you can do, I can do better. And Porter steals that ball.
Mashane. There's another kick that comes from Mbane. Now Delport gets the ball. I tell you what, he is going to take them on. He's running a bit skew. The big man just takes it in, and Sean Raitis setting a ruck on the far side of the park. Well, they're a little bit too high, so counter ruck comes in from Border as a penalty, says the ref. So they needed just to stay on their feet. Now Duprez just takes and go. And Emmerman with the long pass, a good pass. There's the pace. There's Blakey will go. Cross-cover defense there just comes in. And Blakey has been very good. Ball has been held on. Duprez with a small little dink behind the defense. As ball just eventually just goes off the park.
Yeah, and unfortunately for SWT, but it was an enterprising run there from Emmerman, giving it early to his outside center, and Blake is putting his ear back. I don't know why he didn't continue putting it, but now obviously putting on the brakes, clearly traction control non-existent, and the handbrake is not working, but he managed to actually just keep the pressure and keep his composure, wait for reinforcements. Unfortunately, the scrum half saw that the press, so that was unfortunately just a grabber, but there was no one to chase on the right-hand side. I mean, the key there was someone needed to chase that grabber, because it was a brilliant grab as well. It was really contestable, putting pressure back on Border, and then Border is going to actually try to exit this one. I think they're communicating that. I think he kicked it, but obviously the ball was not going quick enough. And, yeah, but I think in also intentionally tried to assist it with his hand. That's why the guys were shouting it's a penalty, not allowed to throw the ball out. But initially he's kicked it. I think that's what they were deliberating. It was not an obvious thing that he did with the hand.
Delport underneath that ball. Oof! He's knocked the ball forward.
It's like a missile coming from behind from a different angle. Certainly player 21, they're the big man. Since he's come on Entlen Ngaba. Flattening, I mean, he's a big man. Playing at loose forward, certainly is a unit and a half.
Well, 12 points to 7. Just 8 minutes to go before the final whistle. So Border with a penalty try and a try by Stimela, the right wing.
Oh, the ref was in the way.
Yeah, but that ball's been picked up there by
high tackle.
Lanzela.
That's high tackle, ref. Oh no, he ripped it. I thought he was hitting his head there at the moment. Well done to SWT.
Duprez to Delport just on the blind side.
Did well there to keep
keeping the ball alive.
Hey!
As Iglesias will go.
Oh.
Defense there, desperate from the Border. Now Duprez finding Deadman. We know who's going to get the ball.
I know, he's going to get it.
And it's a try. Great try.
Those three working like clockwork. I think Iglesias did very well there. Just getting initial. I thought he was going to go for all money. They're not striking him the first time. As soon as he gets momentum, he just needs more people to actually bring him down. But I think Deadman realized not that a lot of people are going to stop him with full tilt. Look at this man, Iglesias wrong. He's been a very important key to his team here, getting momentum. And obviously, that synergy between him and Deadman and the number 8 has really been so evident that is actually the players know around them as well. Just get sprayed out of that guy's way. And once the ball has momentum as well, and obvious appreciation of the spectators and families supporting here. And this kick is going to be very important.
Oh,
it's going to be a leveler. Oh no, actually it's going to push him to the lead.
Yep. Well,
and this could actually be the key. You know, depending how pressure game this is, this could be a very important kick. He needs to take his time and make sure, because you never guaranteed when the next opportunity to score is going to come.
Well, he's been good with the ball in hand and just kicking from the tee. So Onkers. Well,
beautiful.
And it goes. So 2 points he adds, Onkers. And that should push them now to 14 points to 12. And they're back on the lead, Southwestern District under 39.
Meku said front rowers are not finishers. At this moment, the SWT has actually been kept on the scoreboard with the big man, Deadman, but may he continue. What a take from Iglesias.
Definitely a player to watch for the future, Iglesias.
Whoa!
Onkers with a clear.
Soccer style.
Can't find touch.
But just fumbling that one. I think panic stations, they were running their own ball. Just not getting better. I think the charge down initially to put pressure on SWT was actually very good, because then I just put everyone on side there. and the ball didn't go far, but Border unable to just control it and actually bring that ball under control. But I think now with SWD having to feed in the scrum is going to be very key. Border tries to put the pressure on, and then certainly with a kick overhead there with Onkers. And Onkers as a fullback needs to make sure he keeps the ball in hand. And the fullback run around looking for space. He's still going. He needs to release, and it does release to the speedster, and the speedster pins his ear down. Oh, I think the speedster might have advantage there. High tackle, but the ref considered that no, they were both sleeping. And there's advantage now to SWD, and that was wonderfully done by the fullback. He ran around everyone and obviously knows where his power source lies, and he gives the speedster with the ball in hand. And obviously he's been watched by Reuters. Reuters just slowed him down enough, and as captain, my captain, and November coming to salvage situation there. But it's actually very interesting, man. You can't kick to these fullbacks these days. They're really hungry to counter, and they're doing it so well as well. You need to really watch them because most of them are actually very quick. Deadman needs to give them a right shoulder here to play over. Border putting on the hit.
To pray feeds. Yes, Onkers with a small little kick, looking for space behind. Good kick. As a stimulant just comes in, pressure. This could be very dangerous now. Luchiza running himself out of the park, Luchiza.
Yeah, no, he's also frustrated because Iglesias decided to throw them the picket fence, but luckily I don't think he meant well. He was just showing us a bit of aggression, like, listen, you might be quick, but I've also got abilities to catch you if I use just my technique and the line of assistance of the line. And they did very well. But obviously Speedster came back to assist him, and unfortunately when he went back onto the blind, it was alone. He needed to keep that ball as SWD. Oh, Onkers took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, I think it's just nervous moment now between these two teams. Both teams are under so much pressure, with Border just trailing by just only 2 points with 14 points to 12 and 7 minutes to go. Well, I beg your pardon, Lawrence, it's 3 actually.
Yeah, certainly, and with 3 minutes to go, it's very important that they get this going, because if you're gonna get it, and they need to put pressure on this scrum, and Border scrum is actually picked up. The ball goes out, they need to swing it to the outside, and then obviously the centers are actually fullback, gets with space, the left winger needs to get the ball early. Unfortunately, unable to control it, and then they said the right winger, Thomas Smith, actually puts his pressure, and for beg your pardon. Oh no, this is a lot of mistake here. Oh, good. Daniel Darport unable to kick the ball in place. So obviously the captain November now tried to salvage situations, and certainly it was a situation when actually you can see SWD's intentions here is to do whatever they can to put the ball pressure back onto Border. If Border has to score something special here, it certainly has to come from within their half. That's the intention of SWD. That ball looks skew, and certainly Rev right there to actually evident, because SWD put everything pressure in on Bunono James. They made sure that he gets maximum height, and if you got Deadman supporting you from behind, there's no reason why you can't get that maximum height. And then Border obviously is a bit of a niggle that needed to attend to, but obviously he realizes that, listen, it's very important that I actually get going as soon as possible. The Tunyiswa, obviously he might be under pace, but he needs to make sure he gets back onto the game. Doesn't want to waste time, because the time is of the essence here with only 1 minute 15 seconds left. They certainly want to make sure that actually they do. I mean, fun enough, the last 5 minutes, Border has really put a hit on SWD, which actually is a surprising number. Why did it take so long to actually make it a competitive scrum? 8-9-14.
Yeah, that's been very good, as now Delport gets well. Good tackle.
Give credit to that man. He came off the scrum. Magwenchu, we actually made sure now you're not going to get away from me on the cross defense and the big man. Actually, it's a number 8. He's been instrumental as well. I mean, covering everywhere we can. Kokoi, his name we've mentioned a couple of times. Skew again, but the Rev let this one go because SWD's managed to snatch it via Franco Pinar, I think the chances in the scoring again, they must find Deadman.
Now they're in control. As the captain there, November, just slipped the ball to Zander Swart.
Hands.
There's opportunity on the outside with Emmelman there. Oh. It's a try. Good finish there by Blakey.
Beautiful pass there from Emmelman. Did like a proper center should do it. And obviously, Nolan Blakey's just had to make it difficult because there are two men on his outside, but actually still wanted to throw a dam and actually go underneath people. But he had to score this one. Because if he didn't, I'm sure coach would have been livid with him. And then really making sure that this game doesn't slip away from them. And this is a man who's been in the thick of things today. Had a break to even sit down on the naughty chair. But now to come back and score, I'm sure the naughty chair is a thing of forgotten past.
Yeah, well, it's just the formalities between these two teams. It's been very good just to see them finishing off in style, but credit to Southwestern District because they really kept it cool. And the defense here, I must say, it won them a game. And right at the end, they got the opportunities and then they used them. So, it's the last play and the last kick of the game. So, Onkers strikes. And is it over? No, not over. So, they'll definitely take this win, Southwestern District. Lawrence, it's been very good contest between these two teams. As your summary on this game?
No, listen, it was definitely a game of defense and attack, and I think Border here did throw the kitchen sink at them as WD did very defense. And obviously one advantage they had clear the whole time was the scrum that they really lived on. Lalans were very evenly posed and certainly coming out with a good there, because I think their plan was pretty simple and they stuck to it until the end. And obviously discipline was key. They made sure they played on the right side of the field, knowing that Border is very dangerous, and it's certainly well deserved. 19 points to 12 to SWD.
Well, the halftime score was 7 points to Southwestern District to 0. Border not really having any points, and they came back very strongly in the second half, scoring a try from Stimela, the right wing, and a penalty try as well, just made things to be better for them. But then at the end of the day, just ending up with 12 points. So, final score here, it's 19 points, Southwestern District, and Border 12. Well, it's the second game today at the Under-13 Cravenweek, as this will be a great matchup again. The Pumas Under-13 taking on the Blue Bulls Under-13 here in Krugersdorp. As both teams have done very well, just coming into this last game of their season, if we can call it that way. And a lot of these players won't be seeing each other, and they could be playing for the last time as a team, some of them, and some of them they come from exactly the same school as with all the players. So Rico Duplessis will lead the team, the captain of the Blue Bulls under 13As, as a good pack on the Blue Bulls. So there's quite a few players that will need to have a look for the future, definitely. Now the Pumas been led by Abongwe Mwing, as they really fancy themselves to hit this Blue Bulls team. So I'm not all by myself.
With me, it's Kennedy Timber, one of the cheatest maestro in a couple of years back, operating at 10. Kenny, some good talent that we've seen here in this tournament.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some good talent and some great matches as well. This plays out to be, seems to be one of the good matches to watch, because the Bulls had a great outing yesterday after having a bit of tough matches in the beginning, first 2 days, but they sort of showed their value's worth yesterday with a great win. And the Pumas have been also a really good team, so this is a good matchup here, and some stellar players to watch out for. The Bulls captain Rico Duplessis is an extremely good center, and the Pumas will do well to just keep an eye on him.
Says, how about this kick? Good kick, really indeed. It's high up and been chased. There's already Dubenache will have the ball in hand, so Berger finds space behind. This will be a very good tactical team. So Brains takes it in. He runs from inside his half. Well, the tempo of this game is very high. Thorn, as ball has been given some air, which is very good. Now, a tackle been made by Brinks. Well, he's limping there, Brinks. Now, 10 over ball, so now they're just trying to find space on the outside. And a good competition here between these two teams. Well, the hooker just comes in, Feldman just picks it up, he runs a little bit skew. And eventually just letting the ball go to number 13 there, Mkabela with the ball. And he gives it to Dreyer. Dreyer will go. Well, Dreyer there finding space on the outside. And good chasing though, eventually the try has been given. Well, very early on into this game, well, the Pumas just showing some intent to keep the ball alive and just playing and using the space on the outside.
Yeah, good try there by the Pumas to start off this game. And they identified that there was space out wide. And they were able to find their runner, and he was able to just coast around. Good pace here, and just strong to stay on his feet as he canters around and dots down what should be a 7-pointer here. But this is a wonderful start here by the Pumas. And the two have been added there by Liam Berger. And the Bulls are going to look to respond here. They're going to need to.
Yeah, well, Berger's converts. And, perhaps it's still earlier on into this game, but the intent is there from the Pumas. As Ruben Smith will restart. Ruben just restarts. This time it's short, but it's high. As good take there from the big 8th man, Pretorius. Thorm. As Duplessis cuts them through. Duplessis just kept the ball in hand there. It's slippery. As a tackle that's been made. It's been blocked. Now pressure is on. Once again, the kick has been made right in the middle of the park. So Brains picks up halfway line. Well, counter-ruck is good from the Pumas, and eventually just winning a penalty. Quick take from Feltzman. He's all by himself there. As the ball has been lost forward. Look at this offload. Good hits there. The Bulls just using their forwards. Thorn trying to control things from the base. Bulls. Smith. As Van Dijk just bumps one. It could have been the Pumas there coming from the side. Thorn to Smith. Good running there by Pretorius. Thorn again to Smith. Pretorius to Brinks. Brinks, good idea. He's going to stay in field. Yes, it's still fine. And the chasing is coming. Whoa, this could be a try. This is a try time, Kenny, I tell you what. Yeah. Unbelievable stuff there.
Yeah, very clever play there by Brink. And he put a sneaky little chip and a smart chip there as he just got around the defenders. But he had a stellar of a game. Him and his centre partner Rico Duplessis yesterday, and he's just following on with that form. This was a wonderful, wonderful play here by Dandre Brink. Look at the way that he just put it on the boot here, and the ball stayed in. Most times that ball would just veer into touch, but it stayed in, and just lackadaisical defending there by the Pumas defender. He almost thought he had time. You can see there he's looking at the referee saying, what now? Well, what now? It's a try. That's what now. But the Bulls here reply, and they needed to respond, and they responded well.
Well, that's exactly what they needed. And with Brink just spotting an opportunity just behind the defense, that there was no one else who was covering there, as really just creating enough space and pressure for the Pumas. So conversion has been missed, as that's exactly what they would have asked for. So it's 5 minutes gone in this first half of this game. Pumas, though, are still leading by 7 points to 5, with lots to play for between these two teams.
Yeah. Ruben Smith not able to add the extra 2, but it was a good attempt as the Pumas try kick off this game, and the referee should blow this. It's already gone behind the halfway.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're waiting for. The Bulls decided not to play that ball. I think they're opting for a middle scrum move here. Also, always a good option because you've got two sides to attack from, and with their backline that has performed really well between yesterday and today, there could be a good option here as they just trying to strategize which side to attack here.
Yeah.
The Pumas have stacked 2 on the open side and 2 on the blind side, and sort of dropped their wingers back in anticipation for possibly a kick.
Tom feeds and scrum collapse.
JJ Thorne was very busy in yesterday's match.
Yeah, he's been busy.
Yeah,
he's been very, very
He
hectic.
distributes so well from the base of the scrum there. It's good to see that the coaches have shown faith in him.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I mean, if you are a coach, you have to support your players. Now, they're taking the ball up again. As he's looking now just to find space on the far side of the park. They're letting the ball bounce, so that could be a problem. So Khadi returns the kick as a miss kick there, miss from the brains. It's a difficult kick indeed there. It was going a little bit sideways.
Yeah, and he was coming at almost full steam ahead. Was brains to that received that kick, and he almost just didn't get the timing right. And it's still a bit slippery underfoot. You can see a couple of the players just sliding and trying to regather their balance, just showing that the surface is not that steady.
Well,
but the Pumas are going to put a feed in here at the scrum.
Yeah, as well, Pumas. An opportunity. Duvenache will feed. Van Niekerk, Walsman and McGregor right up on top there. Just scrumming against Van Beek, Shilane and Herbs. The ball is a little bit messy at this stage, so pick up there from Ring. The big 8th man just takes it in. Now Skosan. Penalty, says the ref, just coming from the side.
Yeah, correct call there by the referee. There's been a lot of entry offences from the players. I think a lot of them aren't quite sure what the gate means or where it is, and that's why you just like the referee when he gives a penalty to perhaps explain correctly. It's just part of that almost coaching, refereeing, which is at this level so important.
Yeah, Kenny, remember, just this is after COVID, so some of the players, they've probably just managed to touch the ball for the first time this year or even last year. So they haven't really played that much, these kids, so they will get better, definitely, each and every time when they play more. Now, Bulls with the ball inside their half. As the clearance come from the 9. Once again, ball been left as the chasing there, the big number 8. So Caleb Pretorius just comes through and then he hacks the ball forward.
Yeah, fundamental error there. Never let the ball bounce. It will make a fool of you. And that is what the Pumas winger had to experience. And good hack through there by Pretorius.
Felsman feeds and the ball has been turned over. A little bit messy, but it's been gathered by the Bulls. As you can see, it's good tackle fight from the young man. Now change of directions. This could be very good if someone else can just straighten up. There we go. As Ndlovu just takes the ball in. Ndlovu will go. One man to beat. Cross-cover defense comes in. Great stuff there from number 10. As Berger there making a very important tackle, Kenny. And now you would have thought that this was going to be a try.
Yeah, Fukiso Ndlovu. Great run here. He just evaded Mwang. And Berger was able to just pull him into touch. Good defense and good attack.
Wolfsman again struggling to find these jumpers. And it's pressure time now for the Bulls, so they'll be very happy about this. I think the ball has been taken backwards. So it's going to be scrum. Bulls to feed this.
Yeah, a good outcome there for the Bulls. But I must say I was very impressed by just that pattern of play that was played there by the Blue Bulls. They, from the line-out, they set up in the middle with their captain Duplessis, and then they were able to pick up and go immediately blind.
Yeah.
And that's where they found that space, and they gave Ndlovu a bit of space, and that's why they are in a position here, almost 5 meters away from the try line to be able to attack.
Important scrum for the Bulls, then the ball is out to the backline players. So this is going to be a try. This is going to be their second try for the Brink. Brink scores. Brink is involved lots. As his father will be very happy, who has played a Springbok 7 a couple of years back.
Yeah, good wraparound move. Yeah, also very talented outside center was the dad, and the son is not too far from that. He's bagged in 2 here. He's having a great game so far. And good just gathering of a pass. That pass was slightly high, but he did well to gather that in. But that wraparound move by the Bulls worked quite a treat. And a lot of credit has to also go to Ruben Smith, who's been very instrumental at that 10 position in just getting that distribution pretty well.
A good set move from the Bulls, and it worked very well. So they knew exactly what they were doing, as you can tell about the score. So 10 points to 7. With a conversion from Smith. Smith converts, and it goes to the far left-hand side. As it's just a correction from our side as well.
Yeah, Dean Wilbers is playing at scrum half. He's subbed for JJ Thorn, who I understand perhaps had an injury of some sort. And Dean Wilbers is the scrum half for the Blue Bulls.
Good restart from the Pumas, just winning the ball back. As ref is not playing advantage, so eventually, slowly but surely, Pumas are trying to make their way inside the opposition's half. Well, 10 points to 7 with 13 minutes gone, and this first half of this game already 2 tries have been scored by the Bulls.
Yeah, now that we've got the correct name at scrum half, Dean Wilbers, we need to give him his flowers. He has been very instrumental in terms of just clearing from the base and also attacking blind side. He looks like he's going to be in the action again here as he gets his hands on the ball. But it was almost a tight hit there from the Bulls, and they put in good pressure at that scrum with Van Wyk, and Herbst in those propping positions, putting real pressure on the Pumas here.
Yeah, I'm here to see a pack from the Bulls that have really been shuffled around. So they're doing what the Bulls do, really working hard with their tight 5. So ball is out, pressure is on. There's another hacking of the ball there with the Slubbert putting pressure. Tackle comes. Well, they're running a bit skew, so they're putting themselves under pressure. That's the Pumas. Well, the kick comes from Duvenage. Now, Cloverwood takes the ball in. It bits one, he's still staying on his feet. The clean comes in. Dean looking around. He's finding Smith. Smith there, the good offload. As ball has been hacked, perhaps maybe it was not supposed to be kicked there. Dando just throwing himself in a tackle. So now Pumas, they're coming away with it inside their half. Yes, Kosana letting the ball bounce. The young man, as eventually Brains decides to get it. So Brains just put on his foot there onto the ground. As clean comes in from Ndlovu. Dean, just have a look at the recycling of the ball. Well, as I just say that, concentration just letting the young man down.
I must say that Enrique Bryant looks like he's carrying a slight little niggle, and he's just walking with a slight limp. And you can even see when he's trying to gather those kicks at the back, he's almost just shuffling tenderly. But you've got to understand that there's a lot of pain and aches as these bodies have really been through the trenches here. Day 4, of course, in a week's tournament, the 4th game that these teams are playing. You really have to take your hats off to all these players that have really done well, being able to continue holding up the standard and the quality that they've been giving us here.
Well, Duvenage feeds and pulls there, putting so much pressure. It's a tight head. As well, the tight 5 of the Bulls just doing their work. The ref just having a chat there. So there's a try scorer, Dreyer, the left wing of the Pumas. Well, actually, in our team list, he was player number 23, so clearly he's been elevated to the starting 15. Comes from Lars Squall, Grain Park. And better scrummaging with the Bulls now having the ball, so Dean just picks up the steps. Slips, it's good clean there from Pretorius. Counteract just coming in, so it's pick up and goal that time. As offload to Pretorius. They're keeping it close now with their forward, which is very good. So another pick up and goal from Hertz. Now, Smith, show and go. Smith, bounce, 5 meters towards the try line. Well, they're keeping it very tight now with their forwards, the Bulls. As could be a penalty, so penalty says the ref. As Bulls now into the driving seat, so decision time. So what are they going to do?
Yeah,
it's no brainer.
The forwards have stepped up and said, listen, give this to us, we know what to do with it. And a quick tap here, and what's been a sneaky move.
Oh, it's been a very sneaky move. Whoa!
Just a knock on there. Within the tackle, good defense by the Pumas. As they try clear the lines, and some of the players were offside there. The referee identifies that, and that's a correct call. The coaches of the Blue Bulls there will be pretty satisfied with the position and the territory, and of course the scoreboard right now. And they're playing in the right areas, as there's a slight injury that the medics are attending to.
Yeah, they will be happy about this under 13 Cravenweek. Jaco Snyman, Ben Mare, and of course C.S. Wegner. Oh, the team manager is Jaco de Beer. Oh, it started slow, but yesterday they showed what they can do. And of course, today as well, they're in the money. And they'll be very disappointed about their loss when they lost against the Lions. And a very tight game and between these two teams. And of course, you know, let's hope it didn't really just dent all these young players. They'll need to know that they can go down and come back again and play. And that's exactly what they did, because they have shown yesterday, and of course today they're leading this game by 10 points to 7.
Yeah, that's a good kick there by Berger. Just to find the touch. Been an area where a lot of players have struggled to find their touch because the field is slightly big, whereas the other fields on the B's and C's, I was taking a look at the other games. There's a whole host of games that are being played down there, almost 3 fields being used, and those are more your regular under 13 fields, so I think they're loving playing down there. This field is a slight challenge, but they're going to be playing on these fields in less than a year once they're playing for their under 14 teams.
Well, Faber takes, and Veldsman feeds, and then off the top immediately. Well, Dreyer there comes in just between the fly half and 12 to take the ball in, and losing the ball in a tackle. It's penalty, says the ref, so penalty it is. For didn't really pick that one up, Kenny, did you? Ref?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. As we see some of the officials that have been extremely handy and useful during this week, just managing the referees and some of the decisions, the yellow cards. They play such an important part of the game that we also must give them credit. Those around the officiating tables and the referees, of course, as the Pumas look to throw in a line out that's just been really contested well by the Blue Bulls, and a slight knock on there, the referee playing advantage, as he says advantage over. That's a smart little thread pass through the 2 defenders, but just almost going in front of the player's hands, and he had to just reach out for that, but it was a clever little thread through pass, just not able to find his man.
Yeah, the awareness was there definitely from the Pumas. And, this one, it will be Bulls to feed. So Bulls will have an opportunity to feed again. It's still 10 points to 7. 9 minutes to go, just before halftime in this game. So Dean feeds to Smith. Smith to Duplessis. Brink now with the ball in hand. He feeds it now to the fullback. Brains takes it in. He needs to stay in field. As a tackle comes in there from Rantu Mkabela. Number 13 just closing the space.
Yeah, the Pumas from that exciting start have sort of struggled to get into the Blue Bulls half, and struggled to sort of show any attacking threat, but I'm sure they're going to look to try and get a bit of a platform here to see if they can get underway. But the Blue Bulls again put pressure as Duplessis passes to Brink here. Again, good offloading. He's really given his winger space, and I'm really impressed by the way the Blue Bulls have sort of spread their play around. Yeah. They're attacking blind, also getting the ball wide. It's a good variation of attacking play, and especially when your lineout is really putting the Pumas under pressure, you always are, joyful to be able to move the ball around.
Pressure is on again. Line at time from the Pumas. They're getting the ball, but a little bit scrappy, and this time they decide to hack it all the way. So Brain just gets it. He's not going to stop. He's going to go for it, Brain. Still got the ball. Beats one. Well, being tackled. Ndlovu comes in just to clean. As penalty, says the ref. So.
Yeah, not releasing in the tackle there. As Dean Welbers was about to tap and go there, but Ruben Smith,
it's a wise call.
Yeah, said let me just nudge us slightly forward. Our lineouts have been really good. We've been contesting well on their lineouts, so we should be pretty comfortable here to get our lineouts. As Keegan Nyamba is going to throw in here. Great throw.
Ooh, it's a bad ball. It's a difficult ball, but they got it.
Yeah. Nyamba with a great throw there. Wilbers to Smith to Duplessis, and then Brink here Oh, this is great movement of the brass.
Great hands there, and it's going to be a try.
Wonderful try.
Time. Well, gee.
Spectacular try. And everything went right to plan there. The line-out was perfect. Yembe with a wonderful throw. This back line distributing well. Just draw and pass. And they were able to get Enrique Brains in, and he just stretched out. And that's a great team try. The backs and forwards working hand in hand, and just showing that you can score from a set phase. And that's a wonderful play there, getting their fullback in, who has been limping, but he's started looking better the more when he's getting more ball. That limp has improved, but he's been a really standout player so far. To be honest, the whole back line for the Blue Bulls,
they've done well today.
They've done well.
Honestly, you know, just looking at all of them, as with
from
Dean
Wilbers,
Smith, Ndlovu, Duplessis, Brink, and of course Enrique. As the Ruta goes, doesn't go in, so they'll definitely take the 15 points to 7 in this game. And can you just summary with this first half?
Yeah. The Bulls' team play has really stood out, and that's why they're sort of leading in this game. The Pumas started off with a real bang, but just haven't been able to follow it up. It's just been slight mistakes, but I'm sure their coaching staff will sort of give them instructions that they just need to sort of settle down, retain the ball, and try get into better scoring opportunities, and that way they can maybe climb back in the score. But the Blue Bulls here leading 15 points to 7 as it's halftime here.
Well, halftime score, Bulls in the driving seat with 3 tries and managing just to put on the points on the board. And 15 points to 7 playing against the Pumas.
Hello everyone, welcome.
The Cup won't spare your feelings. It won't comfort you when you lose, and it won't come easy.
Nigeria are champions to beat.
Instead, the Cup will test you.
Oh, lovely pass, that planner! It's spectacular!
It will test your commitment, your determination, and your skill. Because not everyone deserves the Cup. The Cup is reserved for those who live to be remembered. Those who trade personal glory for the glory of the nation. Those who don't take no for an answer and see opportunities where others see boundaries. The Cup is for those who seize every second and use it to prove to the world that they are worthy of Africa's most fiercely contested Cup. The Total Energies 2022 Africa Women's Cup of Nations, live and in HD on your World of Champions on DSTV.
What is your great? Is it reaching your goal?
2:18.95 is a world record and goal.
The greatness now is not for myself, but for every other young girl who watches us.
Or helping others reach theirs? Is it bouncing back?
I want them to talk more so I can do better.
Or rising above?
Better than others, better than others.
Is it never giving up? Or letting it go?
The obstacles that they've had to overcome.
What is your great?
How much I've defied the odds, chased my dreams, and lived my best life.
Is it shifting the lens to others or to yourself? Is it doing what they say you can't?
You need to have passion. You need to have confidence in yourself.
Or making space for those who can.
I want to make sure that women in sport are given opportunities. As soon as I achieve that, I will feel that I have played my part.
Define your great.
I have no words. Really, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's, I don't know what to say.
France on SuperSport on DSTV. Proudly sponsored by Cecil Nurse and Marriott.
Well, we're back into the second half of this game. Still 15 points to 7 with the Bulls now just getting the ball. As a turnover it's been made, so Bulls already started this half very well, getting the ball inside the opposition's half. As pressure is on, Pumas just running the ball inside the 22, offload to Skosana. As Skosana again gets the ball, he hacks it backwards, so he can't find touch. Now Ndlovu with the ball, he takes it in straight back onto the defense. The ball has been stolen cleanly so, and they're coming away with it now, the Pumas. Now pass not great from one of their players. They're trying to find Dreyer, who has scored a try. Can he?
Yeah, he's a strong runner, is Dreyer, and it's understandable that why they're trying to find him. But just mistiming the pass there, and the ball just going into touch. This giving an opportunity for Nyembe again to set up a play here with the line out with the back ball. This time he sort of overcooked it, and Moeng, who's been a real thorn in the Bulls' defensive pattern, as there's a couple of changes here being made by the Pumas.
Yeah, it looks as if Skosan now is at 9, can he?
Yeah. For the first time, Enrique Brains has decided to just pump it downfield. A good option here.
Clady returns the kick. And the ball has been covered again there by the Bulls. It's still slippery.
Yeah, a good kick there by Rico Duplessis.
Now, the ball in hand there as slowly but surely, you know, they're trying to probe on the far side of the park. He's waiting for the ball. Kosan to Kruger. Yeah, ref says it's a high tackle, so they've been brought down. So this is where it's going to make a huge difference. 15 points to 7. It's a penalty count. So
yeah, referee blowing there for a high tackle, but it just felt that the player sort of fell, and it is definitely a high tackle. But this gives the Pumas an opportunity, and it's sort of not quite sure, but you can just see the forwards giving the ball to the kicker and saying, you find that spot there right now. And he's going to do well to find it. Not into touch here.
Oh, this is it. The Bulls coming away with it. Defense there being comes in 6s and 7s. Now Smith with the ball in hand, so they pick number 8. Well, I beg your pardon, it's Van Wyk there, just wearing number 1. And he's still going. Dean will look. They've decided now to go for the blind side, and offload just comes in there. As he's looking after the ball, just good running from the young man. Look at this offload. As Bulls now charging forward. As penalty, says the ref. Well, Kenny. I know it's the law. Yes, they're supposed to be penalized. But it looks, it looks so harsh to penalize the team that is attacking.
Yeah. So the laws are the laws. So if you've got to give a fair chance for the defense to also attack. And the Pumas again opting to take the tackle and then the pass, which has proved to be very difficult. But they've managed to get it out wide here to their runner here.
Lambrecht getting the ball, just being tackled outside, bundling out. He could have really just stayed on his feet. And I'm not even quite sure that the touchline you can see from, because I can't see from where we're sitting from, Kenny. Yeah, and imagine for the players when they're running at pace, you know, they're probably just missing it a bit.
Yeah.
Line out has been good from the Bulls. Now they're setting up a mold. Now they're driving forward. As the Pumas there just trying to stop it. Now they get away with it, the Bulls. Yes, Kamini gets it. Now Dean will find Smith. Smith to Duplessis to bring. As they overlap there. There's the pace on the outside. As Enrich Brain, who's losing the ball in a tackle. As the identifying of the space from the Bulls team, I must say it has improved a lot. And they're really just giving that ball and it's working for them, Kenny.
And what I like about it is that not all of the ball is just being moved out wide, but if they need to punch it through the middle with the likes of Van Wyk, they can do that. But the center pairing has been able to give their fullback enough space and enough ball to be able to do some damage, and he has by scoring a try earlier on. So their tactics are sort of working here.
One thing that I've noticed is all, if the Bulls are inside their half, Kenny, they don't really run that much. They actually try to find space behind the defense, which is working. So clearly, just credit to the coaches there, opting not to run almost everything. I know it's under 13. A lot of people say, no, they must run everything else. But, well, they still got to able to apply what they've practiced for the past 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, because I understand they've only met for two to 3 weeks. So it's not enough time to put all these players together and make them to come and perform in this very difficult and hard tournament.
Yeah, you're so right there. It's all about time, and what the coaches do with that minimal time is so important, as the Pumas are going to try run it out of their 22 here, maybe just to set up a kicking option, but they're not worried about kicking. They'd rather move the ball, and you almost playing around in a situation where you could perhaps make a mistake here, and the Bulls almost were able to turn that ball around, but to just almost a hack box kick.
Yeah, it was Kosan just hacks it right in the middle of the park as the Bulls still attacking. Dean to Smith. Smith with the long floating pass. And this is to Brain. He's still going, staying very well on his feet. Good tackle fight. And cleaners are not there in time. As a pressure is with the Bulls. As Pumas trying to kick the ball. The ball is still in field, Kenny, so it's a little bit messy at this stage, but being gathered by Pretorius, that number 8. Now Dean to Smith. Smith to Plessis. Dummies. Someone else got to come in short there. As they're diving onto the ball. As penalty, says the ref. Oh, the Pumas are lucky there. They could have been penalized because they were diving straight onto the ruck.
I was just about to say that the referee is very lenient on the ball stealers, especially when they don't see any cleaners. But the Pumas have constantly struggled to find touch here, and the Bulls are going to look to try punish them. But that's good cleaning by the Bulls, and hands again into the ruck. We've identified Van Niekerk right in the middle.
Oh,
he's always probing.
Oh, he's straightening up. Van Niekerk, he gains about 20 meters. There's a space on the far side of the park on the left-hand side. Now Smith to Brink. Brink beats one, beats two, and he lays the ball very nicely there. Dean again. Now a rampeting Blue Bulls team with their backs and forwards. As Dean, the ball just popped out very quickly, but Dean just comes in very quickly just to clean it. Well, definitely offside. Now Ndlovu picks up. As Dlamini getting involved. As penalty, says the ref. So decision time now for the Bulls. They're 5 meters towards the try line, Kenny. And what will they do? Will they go for touch or a tap and go?
It looks like they're setting up for a tap and go with strong runners of the nature of Van Niekerk. Why wouldn't you? This is good momentum here by the Bulls. As the referee blows again.
Yeah.
For wonderful contest there by the Pumas. And each ruck has been closely contested by all teams. And that's something that the referee has had to keep a close eye on, because there's a lot of hands and they're not quite sure, is the ruck formed? Once a ruck is formed, must I let go of so there's just that grey area. And of course, it's not just here at the under 13 level. It's also, at even this professional level, it's a real grey area. But the Pumas won't worry about grey areas right now. They've got the ball in for a line out here. Can they exit?
Well, Felsman will feed. And then it finds Moreng right at the back of the line out. Beats one, beats two. The strong running 8th man. Offload into the tackle. As Mackenzie just takes it in. So, counteract from the Bulls. It's Kosana with the ball in hand to Berger. Berger to Mueng again. Muenga just coming into the opposite directions as penalty says the ref offside. Pressure time now for the Bulls. 35 minutes, I should say, maybe 36 minutes gone. It's the second half of this game, 15 points to 7. JD Steyn and Ruan van der Merwe and Chelsea Gama, the coach of the Pumas, looking very stressed out as Berger just finds touch.
A good touch finder there by Berger. And finally the Pumas have got an opportunity here to try get on the score sheet. They're in the right area with the line out that they're going to have to try and make sure they execute correctly here. The Bulls have contested both in the front and the middle ball here, and that's made it really difficult for the Pumas to be able to get clean line-out balls. So this is an area that they need to get accurate if they are to progress.
Skew ball, you are correct, Kenny, with the change that came in earlier on. Mongane as well at lock forward, contesting the jumpers. As kind of out. Working very hard in the engine room. So it's the last game.
Spectators there just have done well to be in good spirits, and that's something that we mentioned yesterday, that a lot of the parents have been in positive voice mind, and that's always a good indication.
Clady covers the ball. Goose step to Clady, beats one. Halfway line. That's where Clady is. Oh, pick up and go by the big man himself, McGregor. The Bulls managing to turn over that ball now. They've got an opportunity to run the ball now to Brain. As Slubbert. Will pick up and go by Okolo. The ball has been stolen, a little bit isolated there as Dreyer leaves it behind. They're going forward there, the Bulls. I beg your pardon, the Pumas. The Berger now with the kick. There's a big thump there by Brain as Clady knocks the ball inside his half.
Yeah, I could see it in his eyes, the way he was just approaching that ball. He was almost having a glimpse at what's coming next and who's coming next. Unfortunately, young man, you've got to first look at the ball and receive it right into that bread basket first, then plan the next move from there. But this gives an opportunity here for the Blue Bulls. Of course, they've made a change at the fullback with Michael Buddha has come in and standing in at that 15 position. He's going to look to try and get his hands on the ball. As Duplessis there, just wrapped up by the Pumas. But good attack on the same side there by Dean Wilberts.
Well, it's still going. So Dean now just coming onto the open side now. They've got an overlap on this side. So Van Wyk breaks the line. Van Wyk goes. He's got one man to beat. Van Wyk will score. He's been probing Kenny. He deserves a try.
He definitely deserves a try. And the front rowers around the world will be celebrating because one of their own has gone in here for a spectacular try. And he has been such a huge, huge threat. He was able to get the ball here from Smith, who then just decided to just truck it up. And this handoff here said, get on the next bus, son.
Yeah, well.
Van Wyk is in. And like I said, the front rowers around the world will be celebrating. And I'm sure when he tells the story about the try he scored, he'll just say that he got the ball in his own 22 and was able to cart it in right to the try area. And that is a wonderful try here by the Blue Bulls, just extending the lead. The Pumas had an opportunity to perhaps close the gap, but the Blue Bulls were able to answer. Can Buddha add the extra 2? He's got a splendid
Oh,
view.
yes, he has.
And that's why he's taken over the kicking duties. Michael Buddha adds the extra 2.
Well, he has a very quick Van Veek, the loose head prop forward from Gasfontein. Gasfontein people will be very happy. Just 70 kg, that's what he weighs. 1.72 meters, so he's not a very tiny man with his pace.
Yeah, that kick just veers off the boot and not finding the 10 there for the Pumas. Berger won't be satisfied with that. Good start for the Blue Bulls here in the second half. It's 40 minutes into the game. Yeah, middle scrum here. Good platform for the Bulls. There's a lot of space on the open side here. And with the runners that have done so well here for the Blue Bulls backline, this could be a great opportunity for them. Smith there. Probes, but yeah, clearly just not able to pick it up there. Just a knock on. As it gives us an opportunity here just to thank the organizers that have done so well in this tournament that is started on Monday. Day 4, of course, with the break on Wednesday. And all the sides have been given a great platform here. And of course, being aired here on Super Sport Schools. It's a good platform for the young players to be able to view themselves and have such great commentary by the likes of Mac Messina here. It's always a privilege. I remember when I was a young player, I was always dreaming to have a game commentated by a commentator so that they could mention my name. So it is always a privilege to be able to be sitting on a great platform of this nature. This is the Under-13 Cravenweek being hosted here by War School Monument. The Blue Bulls put into the scrum as Dean Wilbers gets his backline underway.
Yeah, a tackle been made in the middle of the park as penalty, says the ref. So not rolling away. And Bulls now in a driving seat, so they'll need to take their time now. As Ruben Smith with the ball. He's going to try to find touch on the far side of the park. It's a good touch finder for the young man.
Oh, just a bad technique there, and that is a video clip, if you could keep it, that how not to catch a ball with your hands way up in the air. Yeah, bad technique there.
Sun was shining on his eyes, so he needed to create a basket with his hands.
Yeah. As they continue to make the substitutions, Van Jaarsveld comes in to the flank for the Pumas. As Dean Wilbers distributes well to Smith. A wrap-around move here. That's a really open space. Oh, this could be a great try. It definitely is going to be a high tackle within that. And that is Glovu, who's in for a try and a spectacular backline move. And the coaches will be definitely happy about that. Just a slight high. Oh, that is a terrible tackle.
It's a terrible high tackle, definitely with the
reckless.
He is in trouble, Drea.
Extremely reckless, that is. But Glovu was able to gather in and go for the try. Yes, it's inevitable that the yellow card was going to be given. You can see he's rather disappointed with that tackle.
Yeah.
As this gives an opportunity for Michael Buddha to add to his 100% record. Of course, he's just had one kick, but kickers know that you take every percentage and every stat that you can get.
Yeah, you will know better, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm a great stats guy. Will Buddha add to his beautiful kick, and he really has a great strike, doesn't he?
He's got a good strike. That's Buddha, who comes in as a sub. Michael, well, he comes from Boerfort School. As a restart again now from Berger. Berger, restart again. As Bulls still got the ball. Penalty. Now, 3.5 minutes to go. So 29 points at 2-7. And you can see now that they're in control. They're cool, calm, and collected. They're not rushing things. They're just letting the processes take place with Ruben Smith with the ball in hand to clear and try to find touch. So this time, he decided just to kick it long, and Clady just underneath that ball. He's going to take it back again. Clady steps inside and then it slips. Skosana, change of direction to Berger. Berger again, well, finding Faba. Skosana to the tighted prop, McGregor. Bulls just making their tackles, they're going backwards. Skosana decides to kick as Buddha underneath that ball, and then he drops it. So advantage, says the ref. That's that.
Yeah, high kick testing there. Michael Buddha has been exemplary off the tee, but under the high ball leaves much to be said.
Yeah. Well, I think it's been good between these two teams, but the Bulls being happy finishing off this in style, this tournament, with 29 points to 7.
Yeah, that trip back to Pretoria will be a joyful one.
Gee, it's 5 tries, Kenny. That's enough, you know, just to set up a statement. So Skosan now trying to get that last try, consolation try for the Pumas. As the ball has been turned away with the kick from Dean, finding space behind as Spitzer chasing there. Well, the ball just favoring Ulabelo, wearing number 22. As Labelo Katlejo scores the try. Kenny, this is good, and this is a great example that you kick the ball, you got to make sure that you chase, and that he did exactly that. But credit to Dean, who spotted an opportunity, and the chasing the speedster, who didn't have not too many opportunities in this game, but this time it worked for him.
Yeah, that try has to go down to Dean Wilbers, as Lebelo is dotted down for a great try, and they say a kick is only as good as a chase.
Yeah.
And that's a great example right there. Yeah, Lebelo, who scored a try yesterday, backs it up today. And that was a wonderful gather, because that ball could have bounced left or right and slowed his pace down, but he was going such a great speed, and he almost timed it perfectly that he didn't have to change his speed. He was able to just catch the ball and go. As Michael Buddha here looks to add to that 100% record. We're putting a lot of pressure on him, but you know, with the great skill comes great responsibility, and Buddha slots the extra 2, and the Bulls are finishing off this tournament in style. They are. Referee blows the whistle, and that is that. A great match here for the Blue Bulls. The Pumas, of course, had a tough outing here. They just met a team that was had all systems on go here. And a great outing for the Blue Bulls here.
Yeah, a very determined team indeed from the Bulls, just managing just to score, 6 try today. It started with the early first half with the Brinks just scoring the 2 tries for their team. That really just put them in a very good position. And of course, De Bruyn, Van Wyk and Glovo and Liabelo just went over the try line. And Bura just came in as a sub. But I tell you what, Kenny, he kicks very well. Converted the 3. As Pumas, they are the one that really actually scored first, with Drea scoring a try on the far side of the park with good quick hands between the backs, and then converted by Berger. But straight after that, it was the Bulls who managed to control the game all the way. And a full-time score here, it's the Blue Bulls from Pretoria under 13 8, 36 points, and the Pumas from Mpumalanga 7.
Good luck to the team. The captain of the South is Roscoe Williams, and the captain of the West Province, Samuel Cross. You reach you guys over there. Like this one down. It's the last match of your under 13 Cravenweek.
It's the final day here at Cravenweek under 13. A couple of the matchups that are really looking interesting. The Pumas just had an encounter against the Bulls, and now got another epic clash. Both these teams that have been wanting to get into those final spots, unfortunately not winning all their games unsuccessfully. So the Sharks will be up against Western Province. Saw both these teams in action yesterday. The game of the day yesterday, Boerland versus Sharks. What an epic encounter.
Yeah, certainly they would want to redeem themselves. I think they were on the wrong end of the stick yesterday against better teams, but I think today is not going to get any better because the pressure is going to be on.
Certainly does show looking at the province team as well. Game underway. Mr. Benani in charge of this one here. He had a humdinger yesterday, Lawrence, with the Sharks Boerland yesterday. Boerland winning that, literally the dying seconds there. Intercept try from Van Kolfer. Really enterprising rugby put on display yesterday, but expect more of the same today. They'll be hungry, will the Sharks. Similarly so to Western Province. Of course, the final day here. Looking forward to that final game, the Golden Lions versus Boerland,
Yes,
the two unbeaten teams of this tournament here.
Bragging rights up for grabs. Selections post for higher honors. Certainly they need to come up and show up in a big way. But let's get back to Western Province trying to get over the Sharks. One of the favorite teams, actually, to be honest, in this tournament. They really displayed some great skill. But Western Province has also been very good.
They really have been good. This is good running here. Yeah, fullbacks have been really, really impressive. So too Carl Snyder's.
On each other!
Over, says the referee, and that will be direct. Maybe a bit premature, an advantage over. Now that they come back, they gain no advantage at all.
No, listen, I think they felt like it was more than 10 meters in reverse.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was not a good idea for the kids to work that hard for something they would have got. Sometimes when they get it right, one skip pass, and they get 5 meters, then that I assume it's been 10. So he did the right thing there, Mr. Ref.
Full compliment at line-out time. They look for the captain at the back there. Samuel Cross. Now it opens up for the outside backs there. Daniel Meda is involved as well. So to Caleb Clark starts for Western Province, part of their rotations.
On each other!
Quite a few injuries that the Sharks had yesterday. Hopefully all okay.
Hands off now, hands off, white!
Reserve prop, remember, went off. Tabiso Gutlu.
And I see as well Daniel Meda is actually inside center today. Oh no, it's not him. Outside center, so jersey 22.
No, he is on there. He is on there, you're right. Yep.
Oh no, he's on fullback. He's on fullback and actually in place of Snyder.
Snyder is at the second center.
No, they switched around here.
Operating at second center.
And when the inside center is operating outside center.
Yes.
Yeah, why did they throw the curveball so much though?
And then there'll be a blood sub here. You can see his colorful face.
Here we go.
And then we'll continue. So in the meantime, Ezekiel Buerta will come onto the field to replace the blood bin.
Yeah, I'm sure these boys have had a bit of a rest because they know today is going to be sort of a short day. So
Short day. Got to give it your all, huh?
Certainly, the last days were excitement of
Yeah,
traveling.
you can sleep on the bus on the way home. Now they're trying to find their stride here. It's another person that's played really nicely, and Roscoe Williams now looking for his wing partner, gives it off to him. He cuts back on the inside. Inside to the 22. Oh, show me.
He managed to get it
He
down.
managed. Yeah.
Hanging from a tree like a piece of a peach, because the man has his hand. I mean, the skill level must be good. I mean, someone just picked him off like a sack of potatoes, and the style and the technique that he got he snapped very nicely there. He got over Mbere and the open side are actually in 6s and 7s there, unlucky able to cover. It's uncharacteristic from the captain of Western Province, because usually he doesn't make mistakes like that, especially when you're standing on pillar 1 and 2. And certainly did exploit them. Usually those are the mistakes front rowers would make because they're trying to follow the ball. But the eyes go, but the body left, and then certainly having a nice score there for them, and then obviously the little fly off. Having a chance now to just add that extra 2.
Add the extras. It'll stay on the straight line there.
But interesting.
His kicks yesterday, old Daniel Minsky.
But I was more impressed. I mean, interchange with the fullback when they actually come at first receiver, second receiver, and you can see clearly what was cooking there. Like instance, if the fullback doesn't come in at 5, you must know that ball is definitely going wide. And the winger is going to certainly get some action there. And beautiful well done. But I mean, he was being hunted down by like 4 players. And they passed in time and made sure he secures the ball after he should have got right. And the Sharks get back into nice kick receive from the big man there. Utabiso Mkutlu.
Tackle and roll.
Yeah, clear there from the referee.
Yeah, Junior Kalantanda there, unfortunately getting stuck on the wrong side of the rack and unable to clean us on either side to actually do anything.
Yeah. This game just warming up slightly here. Another person that's been impressive from the Sharks, Fabiano Fierro, the number 12 jersey there. He's controlled things well. He's held up the ball very nicely for the likes of Williams to come through.
It's always a good sign if wingers are getting fed a lot of ball. Clearly there's some action happening in the middle there that the centers are doing right. And obviously I think it's also starting from the fly-off. Because if his pass gets out in time, I mean the center's got time to continue. And certainly they've been doing a good job. But then the big men are going to be asked to do some more work. Tabiso Kutli needs to lay a solid foundation. No, but Kutli is actually scrumming on the loose side today. And then on the right hand side, he's actually been multitasking.
Fine.
I think it's scrumming with because I need to double check that. Is it 3 or is it 17?
Yeah, the person I've been speaking of here, cross to Roscoe Williams. He does a bit of a dart and a dance, but he's wrapped up eventually, but the ball's still alive here. Lutando Dada tries to show what he's made of on the far side. There's a player down in the middle of the field, getting up gingerly for Western Province.
Tackle.
Pictures, of course, brought to you courtesy of Super Sports Schools. Tell you what, the days have just been getting better and better weather-wise, so a pitch perfect conditions here today for some rugby. Oh, it's a good line break, but equally good tackle there by none other than Sliders.
You got it, hands off, Blue. Black.
Turnover.
Hands off now, hands off. Lift up, get out. You lost the contest.
The Sharks want it back? Yeah, no, the Sharks made a play.
How do you win it back when you say no hands, you've lost it?
Yeah.
I can't.
Maybe they were trying to play it, might have knocked it out. That's why the fullback didn't go back.
Come again here. He straightens, does Fierro. And now across to the outside backs there. Just short there. Defense is really good from Western Province so far. They really know how to get to the better of Western Province.
Yeah, and unfortunately the outside center unable to just offload. He had the ball on the right hand side. All he needed to do was leave it hanging there for his left winger there to actually get the dot on Glovu. But the Sharks are still in control of the situation. Unfortunately, as I say, control.
Hold up.
They happen to lose control.
Held up.
Western Province get to keep that ball now. Obviously, there's a ball. Great defense from Western Province. Definitely under pressure by all means, and they managed to just keep their heads and actually compose and make sure they just apply themselves correctly and put pressure on the Sharks, and it's certainly well done. Interestingly enough, yeah.
Let's keep it like that.
Well, it means that once the Province stole the ball back and then ended up losing it, got it the other way around, but they're still in defense, and the Sharks are surprised the fullback is not back. Negative shoulder there from the Sharks.
45.
Yeah, and I think they tightened here. Tlachwayo needs to actually stabilize enough and steady himself and actually make sure he gets a square scrum, give it a chance, because they want to come to the open unless the number 8 has got some plan there in what one, a little scrum, if might just tap him and snipe, because he might pull the flanker to pull when the number 8 can just go over himself. But I wonder if those are the things they actually weigh up when they actually do their practices and stuff, because that's the only option is to get a negative scrum. Otherwise the ball is going to be advantageous. Better scrum there from the Sharks.
Minsky. Fabiano, cut out pass there to Roscoe Williams. Might be good here. It will be good. Sharks are in with their second try there again. Just a distribution there from Fabiano. Has been absolutely immense. Those cutout passes, spectacular from him.
And look at this movement here, going on the back line, dummy runner there, holding two defenders, and obviously the left winger, Vombera, actually had no chance to get the key man there in the Sharks, Arsenal, having to just show me your number quickly, and he didn't even need to use his right winger. Clearly the man is back on top form. Today I think he was found just a few mistakes that actually cost his team, but I'm sure today he wants to make amends. Beautiful try there from the fullback, Roscoe Williams. But I love this little fly-off. Such a nice playmaker. What a kick.
From a similar position, it holds its line this time, so he'll get the extra 2, Will Leminski. 12 to the good now. The Sharks over Western Province.
A highly contested English left my tongue there. A highly contested game here at the moment. Is it making 10? Nice bounce. Oh! Unfortunately.
Option.
Yeah, it was not 10. It was not 10. Captain trying to salvage the situation. At least let's go back in the middle and scrum. That's the Mr. Ross there. Decided Cross. Samuel Cross deciding that, listen, if they're going to have it, at least let them have it in a different way. With all of us away, what they're going to do. Is the scrum off?
See, there's a change there, huh? Or the positional change is going to fullback. And then
they're limping, yeah.
Yeah,
he's been limping.
He was on that tackled Fabiano a couple of phases ago. And he hasn't been 100% since.
Certainly.
Scrum! Ball out for the Sharks. They decide to come to this right-hand side. Minsky with a floating pass over the top there. Twinkle toes on the side.
Dangerous tackle.
They'll be playing with a bit of freedom now, the likes of Ben Hughes, knowing that there is a penalty that will come from this. Should they not have a phase as successful?
Back, work.
They come again here now. Is that man Fear again? Now to Williams. Cross to the Roscoe Williams again.
Good luck, guys. As soon as he pins his ears down, but how beautiful is the midfield movement there under overs?
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
The DHL must actually sponsor Fabiano, because his distribution and delivery is just top notch.
No, certainly he is. I mean, but the movement alone, I think that was key. The outside Teta came so hard there, but he made himself an option. Look at that dummy line that he used. By the time he got to the fullback, he pins his ears down, and obviously with the kind of gas that he has, he didn't need his left winger there to actually help him. Certainly diving in there for easy. Man, luckily, he's making like today, nothing happened yesterday. And clearly this man has rested well.
No.
Let's have a look at his own game and actually trying to rectify a few things. But the kind of mood he's in today, it seems like the kind of mood he was in the first day. And certainly the Western Province, if they don't watch here, they'll be chasing leather the whole day.
Yeah. Minsti going from coast to coast here. Now kick on the other side. That looks like it's going to turn in nicely there. It does turn nicely. No. Whatever the Sharks had for breakfast this morning, tell you what.
I want some of that.
Yeah.
Certainly
particularly shows a lot of character coming off that tough loss yesterday.
But I think
both these teams actually, the Western Province losing to the Lions in the end, and then Wieland victors over the Sharks. For you to come out and
but I think you must give credit to these two guys though, Mr. Roland Norris and Sean Carroll, who probably had a mental session just to reactivate some fast twitch muscles in the brain to make sure these guys are positive coming into today. That's how they're playing like this today. They're energized.
They come again. It's always busy. What more?
The Sharks are playing smart. They realize the defense is up.
Tuck. Then give it. Yeah.
They notice now they're communicating because they realize the back line, both sides is covered. They're now bringing the force into play here.
Minsky To Fabiano.
Oh la la.
Fabiano.
Oh la la.
Fabiano.
Oh la la. Pass.
Give it.
Beautiful. Oh! I think the winger should have gone closer because I think the inside center Fabiano actually went in. He needed to do a shorter pass.
Over the shoulder.
No, he had time, but the problem is he was blindsided because there had a player in between them, so he needed to get over him and around him. The scrambled defense of Western Province actually saved them a try, certainly, because the center couldn't get the pass away. Fiero, man, who's actually been in great form. Look at that. He can't find his outside man because there's too many guys in between. Someone, the right winger needed to go in. And actually, Saponelo ran off his shoulder. When he turned in, he was hoping he comes on the outside, but when he didn't, he needed to change his angle and actually go to him instead. Good hit there on the Sharks. Good pressure on the Sharks. Who's he giving it to?
But just look at the difference in body language of both these teams here. The Sharks, they're up on the tails. There's high fives everywhere.
No, that's what I say.
The likes of Samuel Cross. You know, as a captain, they really need to get those Western Province guys in. It's not over yet, so plenty of time. We're only 16 minutes in here.
Yeah, no, certainly I hope they're not looking at the scoreboard because that would be demoralizing itself.
Fine.
I mean, obviously, just under 10 minutes left.
Scrum.
And the scoreboard is already 19 in the first half. So
back,
the
man.
pressure you can see
Big scrum
from the Sharks as well, it's on.
They come again now to Western Province, trying to look for a bit of a half gap here. Watmore makes a tackle.
Too slow.
Go the opposite side. The big men now employed. Ziad Yapi.
No
And he
hands,
gets
Black.
stopped
No,
in
no
his
hands.
tracks.
Scrum has to
Go
dig
to
in
the
there.
left-hand side. This needs some hands, but a backward pass there.
Awa. Awa. Oh. He fought bravely the left winger to stay in. Bombera trying to rectify a situation that was a poor pass from his teammate. Unfortunately, no look pass, but not going to anyone. I'm sure the captain must give him a word or two. They say, listen, next time do better.
Yeah,
I'm sure he can do better. Because that pass he couldn't. And look at this wrestling match here and settle these two tall timbers. Actually having a tippy-toe situation with the line intact. I mean, he actually stayed in. Unfortunately, the wrestling match was won by the Sharks. The right winger there actually getting out.
Minsky. Fabiano. Now to Williams. Williams back into the inside. Unfortunately, finds a jersey of Western Province. Bit of panic stations here for Western Province.
Tackle, release Black.
Up to go for the blind side. It's a captain Samuel Cross trying to
No hands.
set a platform. Now onto the boot there, but right in the hands of Sibulelo. Oh, it might be trouble here. Might just be a foot chase. Should have backed himself. He should have backed
Clark
himself.
should have really backed. What a
And
pick
now
up
where
from the
they
left
go, it's a
winger.
pick up again.
No.
Oh, let the kids play, Mr. Ref.
Mr. Ref, look the other way. After that pickup, a man that tall, picking a ball at pace like that, that's a skill in his own. Ref, I would have certainly missed that tippy toe situation there. Clearly must get a smaller size
Yeah.
shoe there. It must have a size 12 on him. Because what a pickup there. Certainly he's been good himself and has been actually excellent all week. He's been fighting for everything he gets.
He's just been starved of ball and he gets it late and difficult to operate in those tram lines.
Wow. Clark didn't back himself. He should have done better. He had all the slow guys chasing him there. Confidence dropped him there.
Back here, back here, back here.
As watch the shark trying to rumble in the jungle there. And if I talk about it while I take it up, but the key thing here, did you notice that at the center, Fabiano, when he actually fumbled up with the ball, how quickly the captain came in to come closer to him. That's why he didn't stay on the outside. That's a key I was trying to explain there. The Sharks, the majority of this little man is just on another level. Yeah, no. Just doing too much, the big man there, getting his fingers dirty. Yeah, look at that. And, I know. But give credit to the captain. He actually got to him and obviously slipped off, but he's already done the damage. But one of the reasons he couldn't get away, my captain had to come to the saving of his team there because he was certainly in trouble. The captain is not okay. He's not okay. He's trying to really get up.
Struggling to breathe? You winded or he's just struggling to breathe?
No, it's asthma. He's got asthma. I think they're taking out an asthma pump to him. Clearly the coach is on the top of his game.
There's an asthma pump that's going to him.
Yes, yeah. Very important, this thing, guys. I mean, a lot of his athletes here have a bit conditions, and some of them are actually, the coaches need to be aware so they can medicate as soon as they can. And that's all he needed there. I think the medic as well will be at hand to make sure he's calm when he does it as well, because he needs to get it, regulate his breathing.
Healthy crowd is starting to build up here. Everybody, of course, anticipating that final game. They'll kick off at midday here at the Ras van Rooyen field. So if you're still around, please do come in and join us. It'll be the Lions. They'll be up against Boerland at midday. We've got a game in between that after this one. All the games this morning have been quite exciting. It's been a really good week of schoolboy rugby. I think the general message interacting with people and coaches and coming around is, geez, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Open crowds, good to be back. Schoolboy and interprovincial rugby, and the atmosphere has really been incredible.
But the quality, remember, rugby is a strength game.
Just take him, man.
If you don't play for a long time, you become rusty. Even if you're talented, you've got skill. But the amount of work these guys have put to make sure the kind of quality that you're getting, you don't feel like we're coming from COVID. Like these guys had a season of some sort before this. But certainly, they've really showed us some nice stuff. I mean, obviously, captain, they're clearly
guys, who's captain? Who's
not
captain
feeling
now?
too great, and obviously been assisted off
Who's
as
captain
well.
now, guys?
And
who's
the
your
ref's
captain
trying
now?
to find out who's captain.
Dante. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, donkey.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay.
I know, he'll be okay. And again, you remember as we get back live here to play, you remember, I mean, it's 13 years old. The last time they would have played competitively, under 10 and 11.
Yes,
Because of COVID.
Those young leagues, they sometimes were...
So chalk and cheese from playing under 9, 10 to now. So the development and everybody coaching staff at the respective schools as well. I mean, to put on a show like this here, you wouldn't have said we haven't had Cravenweek for the last 2 years.
You wouldn't have tell. Certainly, I mean, the skill level is probably better. The best under 13 Cravenweek we probably have had. And this is now without even having a break in between these guys. It just came and show us something different. If there's a will, there's a way. But the bind must come in from players as well, willing to put in the work. And certainly they put in the work.
Stop. Let's use that.
Thank you to 1.5. Why was he stopping?
The referee was saying stop to the scrum.
Not to him. He got himself in all sorts of trouble there. But luckily his force came to his aid as soon as possible. What a leg drive.
Use it!
The ref, they're going forward.
They're going forward. What are they using?
No, as soon as it goes down, they might use it. But you can't actually ask them to use it while they're still moving. Well done there to the Sharks. They're holding on
Good
for dear
recovery
life.
there from the likes of Junior Kalatanda.
Yeah, that's certainly great indeed, because they were all sorts of trouble there. And they just got 20 meters from that little bit deficit from the scrum off, getting the stop sign for the wrong thing.
Fine. Stand still. Scrum.
Channel 1 is required. Nice channel 1. It needs to pick up. Nice scrum there from Western Province.
And come now to Western Province. Makes it all the way across the outside. Snyder's off to the likes of Tahir Josephs. Another fast man on the outside. That's a good tackle. Still available for Western Province. Snyder's. They're all offside. The entire black and white line there.
Dangerous tackle.
And now they might well have the last say here, Western Province.
No hands now, no hands.
They come again with the Caleb Clark. Bit of a show and go there. Now it comes to the winger there.
Oh, man.
And good stuff here from Luanzo Nyamberwa.
And how good was a centre there, actually just buying him enough time, keeping his men busy. Look at that, the hands were shouting, but it's not just about getting the ball through the hands. Buy one, send the wing, show me your number, and you don't control this, I'll definitely take full control of it and give this left winger a fair chance of having a go the line out. But obviously he had a bit of attention as well, but I think credit must go to the distributor and the creator, because he certainly did create from there that platform to be able to finish. And well done to Western Province. What a time to respond. What a time to get on that scoreboard just before halftime. I'm sure they'll come out. They'll keep that momentum and come up guns blazing.
Snyders will look to add the extras. Taking as much time as is afforded to him. Oof, that didn't connect as well there. They come to a half time. You know, Tahir Josephs was kicking for the team the other day, and as he's on the park there, it'll be interesting to find out why he's not kicking. But be that as it may, it's a Sharks that had a fiery start through the likes of Roscoe Williams, combining well with his centre combination partner there in terms of Fabiano Fierro. A late resurgence there from Western Province. Let's hope they can keep it up in the second half for the Sharks. Sure, the message for them will be to just keep going.
Centre court, the greatest stage in tennis. Serena with a stunning forehand. Roger Federer, la légende. 100 years of centre court, and what a moment this is.
The stage awaits. Join Supersport in pursuit of greatness at Wimbledon on 2 broadcast channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
Hello everyone, welcome.
The cup won't spare your feelings. It won't comfort you when you lose, and it won't come easy.
Nigeria are champions to beat.
Instead, the cup will test you.
Oh, lovely pass, Daklana! It's spectacular!
It will test your commitment, your determination, and your skill. Because not everyone deserves the cup. The cup is reserved for those who live to be remembered. Those who trade personal glory for the glory of a nation. Those who don't take no for an answer and see opportunities where others see boundaries. The cup is for those who seize every second and use it to prove to the world that they are worthy of Africa's most fiercely contested cup. The Total Energies 2022 Africa Women's Cup of Nations, live and in HD on Your World of Champions on DSTV.
You have too many new voice messages.
Morning, Neil. It's Annelle. I'm sure you know what day it is.
Is he on set already? Do you think that this is better for Insta or the red carpet?
Good morning from Loftus.
You are in the studio, right?
Hey, don't forget to warm up.
Children's Party.
He's too late.
It's Saturday, Neil. Saturday!
Welcome to your weekend.
The legend has returned with a few new faces. Super Saturday. Saturday mornings on Supersport on DSTV. Proudly brought to you by Toyota.
Neil Andrews, I'm doing a show now. It's Saturday.
Tough chat's been had at half time. particular for Western Province, trying to find a way to see how they can get back in this game here. They had the perfect response late in the first half. A try there from winger Luanzo Viambera. Let's hope they can start off on the right foot here. The Sharks, they've been busy up front in particular. That ball distribution has been really good and on point.
I see the coaches doing final touches in this lining up of this kickoff.
Yeah.
Just putting people in their right places. It's going to bounce, danger zone, danger zone.
That's not the way you want to start if you're a Sharks player. Let's see if they can get out of trouble here. Roscoe Williams puts it
Get out.
to the boot.
Oh!
Backwards.
Oh. Yeah, listen, that's a way to start, young man. Hey, but his foot.
That foot.
Yeah, I need to start. I think he needs to operate within the 5 now. Because he's outside the 5, because I think the 5 is a problem. He really needs space. He's such a powerful runner, Vumbera. And getting the ball early was also a blessing from the ref not seeing that knock on
blue. Sub blue.
Yeah, the Sharks having the opportunity.
Immediately, Sam.
Vumbera?
The blue.
Who's been subbed?
Undaz.
Oh, nice stretch.
It's in the forwards, it's in the forwards.
You look like Leon.
Yeah, but he's got a long way to go though. He could have gone out the other way. He might just get action and be part of the defense.
Outside shoulder. No, outside shoulder. Run out of scrum, guys.
No, it's not no right. Eh?
Scrum. Scrum.
And imagine these boys are far from home as well. Captain is a long way from here. Some of their parents, imagine not having your parents here, your coaches now. Suppose the manager needs to take responsibility and make sure wherever you need to go for medically, you need to be attended to.
Yeah, no, that's
that's
manager,
why maybe that's why they've got so many.
Fine.
Sometimes they've got double managers.
Yeah.
And they've got like
Scrum.
coaches, 3 or 4 of them. So this role is actually double up to make sure they
Stay
cover each
stop.
other as well.
Ball out here for Western Province. Looks promising, this one here. Josephs with a short ball. Hung on for dear life there, did towards Twala.
That's the inside center there that saved the day.
Yeah, Twala. Minsky, that ball is touched.
Lucky for them, the
Dead ball line, it'll be a 5 meter.
Taken back, guys. Scrum.
Be a
Take it
5 meter
back.
scrum.
Happy.
Jeez, what a line break there from Zander Daisel.
Scrums over this side. Guys, we went outside.
But actually, he needed to inject with more pace because he would have been gone for all days. Because they had him on 6 and 7, you're right. Twala striked for dear life. And then obviously, Fabiano there was just taking on he was the first man in to steal that ball. So combination between the two, operating and like a yin-yang. And then putting pressure there on themselves as well and getting that ball out.
6, stay bound. 6. Stay bound. Stay bound.
I suppose the touchdown must have happened in the try line as well.
Make sure you stay bound.
Yep.
Inside the try line. Because I can imagine how we would have taken it back if they bounce. Minsky was very deep, that makes a lot of sense.
Scrum.
Oh, pressure. The scrum is turned over.
Big scrum here from Western Province.
Oh, what
Trying
a
to
hit.
bust his way through. It's Fabiano.
Not today.
Fabiano.
Fabiano
There
said,
to
I'm
him.
dizzy.
Still short from Tino Roberts.
Because the Province needs to show some patience and composure.
Yeah,
They're really
don't
that
need
close.
panic stations here.
Oh, try time.
That's held up. No,
No, it's try
try.
time. The minute he turned, he was on his back. And the minute he turned around, he certainly counted. Thanks to the touch judge.
JB Lowe will be awarded with that try. The number 19 jumper there.
Hier, moeite vir die tee.
Yeah,
You see there just in the highlights.
No, he actually landed on his back and then
And now a change of kicker again. Prince Clau. Confirmation of Heinke Weingaard.
that powder blue seems to confuse at times.
Yeah, there's the roll that you speak
about. He almost got it. But luckily, got allowed to actually have a placing. Clearly, the illness scrum of didn't actually. He should have actually dived on him and wrap himself around.
Should have just jumped on him, yeah.
But also he saw the ball, so he did the right thing that came first to him as well. But luckily, the man is stronger in the arms. Do some benches there, some push-ups.
There's a second wind here coming out from Western Province. Just lost. Just lost there.
On each over. No hands, no hands.
Fabiano is down off picture. Got a big knock. He's the one that took the tackle from Gideon Bonzaya in the center of the field there.
He's a key man for the Sharks as well. Has been really crucial in their build-up and actually momentum here. I wonder if the standard is not going to be dropped with a replacement, whoever's going to come in. And obviously Robert Gelderman there, slightly not satisfied with himself. Remember, him and the number 8 were working like a tag team when it comes to the pick and go. Wherever you see him pick and go, he'll turn to one. Number 8 is there ready to do the secondary one. Unfortunately, that one was taken out by Western Province to the sideline, really not happy with himself. I'm sure he's building up, converting that frustration into applying pressure when it comes to line-out time.
Yeah, doesn't feel too comfortable then.
Yeah,
it was when the Western Province had come out the blocks here, Gideon Bonza, and he stood up to make the tackle. Stayed on afterwards. He's Fabiano Fierro.
He seemed like to have a knock at the back of his head. That's what he's telling the medic. He's certainly not going to continue, so whoever's supposed to replace him should have been actually either on already or he's going to go on. Certainly the man has had a good match until then. I'm sure he wouldn't like to come off.
Brilliant tournament. I'm sure he doesn't want to come off. But they may have to do a ding-dong on him.
Who's coming on for him?
Okay, you can go. 22 can come.
Yeah, it's been replaced there by 22.
Mungezi
Zulu. Is it going to like for like or is it going to shuffle a bit?
He seems to be going straight. Yeah, he's straight there.
Yeah, certainly hope the connection
so
is even better.
Will combine with Utwala. Roscoe Williamson at fullback. Dada at left wing in the number 21 jersey. Here they go. Badenhorst stumbles his way through. He wasn't tackled, so he's allowed to continue, but he's got a really high body position there.
Oh, magic hands needed here.
Counteract, good.
Oh no.
Stay back, on side.
Whiteland Fever took over from the forwards.
Pressure here.
Now they're not out of the woods yet. Western Province. I think the Sharks, everyone was actually keen to pick and go when they actually
everyone wanted a bite.
They wanted to bite and actually was sensing about a chalk there. Unfortunately, fumbling it.
See that again. There's the tackle there. Yeah.
Got to be the elbow behind the head. That assisted tackle, yeah.
The tackle assist. But like we said, a really, really outstanding tournament by him.
Hit out here. Touch.
Good defense from Western Province. Certainly managing that more, which the Sharks have set up nicely without jumping the man in the middle there. Gelderman has been also the key man in this orchestration of the movement of these forwards. A very talisman that actually they rely on quite a lot. Unfortunately, they set up quite nicely. I think Western Province read the more well and actually managed to use the touchline to help them well disintegrate it.
Six ball there, a bit of a tester. Need to get out a gel card. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Stop on that side, stop. Play now.
Sasha.
Roscoe Williams.
Sasha.
It's a good tackle there. Ben Hughes was there in the support. Very busy scrum off he's been today.
Oh, knocked it on as well.
Wasn't knocked on, guys.
Obviously, in an attempt and trying to get rid of that ball as soon as possible, ended up going the wrong direction. And obviously, the little scrum half is pretty sharp because when he went there, he actually called them, listen, we're not creating a ruck here.
Yep.
Just offload the thing and let me continue. But his dummy didn't sell it to the Western Province. They just grabbed him and held him up. And obviously around those big fellas, there's just a question of just keep him up and stay there safely.
Fine.
But their scrum has been solid, Western Province, in the second half. But the Sharks are putting it on to them now. And that ball needs to go. That ball needs to go.
Collapse.
Yeah, I know. I think Hughes was
available.
He was ready to pounce on him as well because he feels like actually the scrum was turned the right way. And Matthew Anthony is like, no, ref, just check. He's offside. Another set here. Need to actually, obviously, Western Province needs to make sure they're nice and tight. Keep it steady enough. I think needs to actually drop the hips. The engine room is functioning quite in a better scrum from Western Province.
They want to run it from deep, and now they look for some real estate.
Massive.
That's a good ball. It's a good ball, that one there.
Is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, show me your number.
Okay, Taka. He was waiting for that, was Zata.
Ref.
Straight over.
And Minsky just got that one wrong. But how quick was he on there to support, though, eh?
Number 10 from the side.
Like a man who actually understands this game very well. Remember, you're a playmaker. But if it's required, you need to come in there, do the dirty work as well. But how beautiful was that from the replacement scrum half, who's operating at wing?
That banana didn't work to good effect. And now he can size up his options here, Williams.
Azish. No.
Back again to Williams. He gets clobbered just before halfway.
Stay outside.
And they've called Zulu, that means forwards must come close.
Yeah, forwards must come in. He's a generalist user. He's not afraid to get those forwards stuck in there.
Yeah, and as soon as these playmakers were stuck in the drag situation, let me regenerate this ball and give him time to get into position. Unfortunately, Ford unable to manage that situation. Replacement.
Ethan Budenhazen from Panorama. He's going to make his way onto the park.
Yeah, and it's a shame though because just after
the front row,
it's just after you had a decent scrum, they decided to take you off. But obviously the big man's done his part. Time for the rest of the guys to finish up.
Fine.
He's done very well.
Je moet recht blijven. Lange bent. Get up. Eerste scrum, die gaan kloppen.
He's been scolded by the ref. You just got here, please do the right thing.
Yeah.
Keep it straight and keep it square. And obviously for big one, I assume for the kind of build that he's have, you'd assume he takes on his own man and stays straight because he's got a long body build. But if he's that tall and you don't long, go short, they're gonna just fold you up and actually good scrum from him.
He detaches very early, that flanker there. Bronson Klopper off that scrum every single time there.
Azish. Oh, hit each other's heads. Not rolling away.
Looking for that ball there, it'll come.
Check not running.
Yeah, no, he knocked his head. I could see that one.
Yeah.
As soon as
both of them knocked into each other as they made that tackle. Yep.
When he was taking a ride on a tackle, he actually met the left winger here, little scrum off, Udladla's head.
He just
I don't know if it's artificial or more painful what it looked, because Udladla seemed to be unscathed and hit his own head, but it depends which part of your head.
So the AL's just having a chat there because they've been making a noise about the coaching compliment from Western Province, and rightly so. The flanker from the Sharks, Bronson Klopper, if you see any of the scrums, he detaches very early. The ball is not out yet, it comes out.
He's doing his job. If the ref is going to put him in place, and then certainly I'm not going to do it until, he's playing to the whistle. Until the ref calls you to order, why not? Why would they complain? The number 8 got meters there. He did it the long way, but he managed to get meters anyway. Actually, I wouldn't complain because I was actually surprised. The 6 is not affecting much of a tackle. It's only assisting. The meters have already been got. But a big number 8 there from Western Province did it, doing a good job.
Yeah, another substitution on for the Sharks. Had quite a few injuries this game. A reminder, folks, there's running time, of course. So every time there's a stoppage in inverted commas, Time still continues, so we'll still be 10 minutes.
Shark losing back both their inside centers, 12 and 13.
And
hopefully some guys...
Come on.
Let's go. Come.
But I wonder what the shuffling is going to be like. Does a fullback come in and playing in the middle at the moment, or the winger is going to go straight like for like? It will be very interesting.
Not rolling.
Yeah, he's going to have a very sore head for the rest of the day.
But it's very
Come again now. Get out there. Western Province. Collecting the ball there. Looking for some spaces. James Gerber throws a passer to the wide left. Back inside towards the traffic there. In the 22 now odd Province. Big man employed again there. Michael Janssen van Rensburg.
Roll, 22. Stay back.
Discipline's going to be key here. Converted try brings them level for Western Province.
Put him down.
Just under 10 minutes left. Will be a game in our hand. Is it a turnover?
Turnover ball here. Ben Hughes looks to his left hand side. Minsky. And now for Williams, tries a bit of a go. Ball available. Got to work it through the hands here. Western Province.
Yes.
Direct route.
What a defense. What a defense from Hughes.
Ben Hughes has been instrumental, particularly at the whitewash. Patience needs to be exercised here.
These players are actually very smart.
The Willard battery cushioning.
Hey, and who would know these kids actually know that law? You just don't have to go across the line with it there.
Yeah.
Just use the cushion. Anyway, you touch the cushion, certainly good. This was good. I think he just hit the line.
This try-saving stop here from Hughes.
Wow, and did well to roll away.
Yeah.
Because it could have been a situation. I mean, there's no space whatsoever here. They certainly used the Willard battery a cushion there. Yeah, and the ref was in a perfect position as well. Now we've got a game on our hands, folks. Western Province just
19
well and truly
apiece. That kick was converted. So with about 7 minutes to go here.
Tackle! Stay back, white, back.
They come again here to Western Province. Just trying to size up his options.
Tackle!
They come again.
Good option.
Now looking for some space here.
Defensive line is required here.
Okay, keep on moving back. 22, stop.
Oh, what a kick. What a get out of jail card there from the captain.
Just as well it went out, didn't chase his own kick, and the entire team was offside.
No, if that ball didn't go out, he was in trouble.
No,
because
he was in
everyone
trouble.
was offside. But I think that the bounce as well favored him very kindly and actually got his team out of trouble there. There was actually good playing there from Western Province. A good sense now they're getting on top of this game.
Okay.
Good contest there from the Sharks.
Tackle!
That's important for the Sharks to contest. Oh, what a pass.
Ooh. Ball alive.
Alonso.
No, from behind now.
That Baggy's doing lots of work today.
Tackle! No,
I hope they've charged the battery. By the look of things.
come again here to Western Province. Had to dig really far for it to Matthew Anthony.
They're really pushing the Sharks back
This is
into their
clever.
own half.
This is clever. They're pushing them back. Pushing them back here.
If anything needs to happen, remember this match is now even Stevens here. They need to make sure whoever's gonna score need to do it from all the way from their own half. So everyone are not taking any chances. Even the fullback today is not even having a dab. He's making sure when the ball has been kicked, he's sending it back with interest, back to where it comes from. Oh, Western Province actually put
They
in
get it
pressure.
back. I think they might have gotten it back.
No, they haven't. I think Calderman made sure that of that ball is regathering it. Let it go.
Now they launch something here.
Yes. Oh,
Aye. And now it's open here for Western Province.
Oh, man.
Busting their way through. James Khaba sets a platform for his team. Van Rensburg. Taken down. That was a dangerous tackle. The referee's arm will be out there. Got to straighten. And now Luanzo's in here.
Trouble.
Luanzo's in here.
Hey.
Try, says the referee.
The man who's been probing all week, Luanzo Wombera, getting to be the man of the moment here for Western Province. And certainly with one man to beat. And you could sense that how close the line was. And just look at that hit. But the landing of the ball carrier was also a bit dangerous there. He's been dragged down from a man who's also beneath him. Talking about the man who's been in thick of things, Gelderman. I think he actually was a big second best of that collision. But how beautiful is his try? Certainly Minskin and able to strike the man down. Certainly did well. That's one man who probably deserves some accolade. It's him. And to do it in style like that, certainly Western Province.
They left the ball there deliberately. The referee says no, time has started 1 minute. So he might not be able to convert your Miyaki.
Okay, you got 40 seconds.
I don't know, is that advantage or disadvantage for Western Province?
Oh, well, we'll see. Off picture, Robert Gelderman is receiving some attention.
Yeah, no, as we're talking about that card doing a bit of extra duties today, he's probably busy taking another kid away. Now he needs to come back again and take him out to the medic. It's certainly a serious day here. But that's a tall task, obviously, how tough the week has been. It's evident how these kids are getting injured today. I mean, we've had a good week, injury-free, but most of them is just more got to do with injury, the collisions on the head.
No, kick won't go through here. Western Province, they need to ensure the kick receipt here.
What a game to have in our hands here now. The response is required from the Sharks to respond as soon as possible.
They need to contest.
Oh, yes, the Sharks got a chance. Sharks have got a chance. Western
Chance
Province.
here.
They just certainly been let in through the back door here. The Sharks are they gonna make it count. Remember, if they can score a converted try,
they convert,
and they're certainly winning the game.
Yeah.
Is Gelderman back on? Or is he back on the field?
Yes, he stood up. He stood up and ran right back to the scrum.
They certainly make them tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and certainly knows how important it is to this team as well.
The team manager from the Sharks has definitely earned his salary today.
Fine.
Certainly has. Mr.
Scrum.
Thomas Brown.
8-9-14. No.
Nope.
They come to the open side. Minsky.
Ball in hand is required.
All in hand here.
Oh.
And now basketball pass to Williams. Williams looking for space here.
Ooh.
Open
Send
here
it.
if they just get it out.
Send it.
One more pass needed here.
No, young man.
Oh, puts it on the boot.
And it's a hooker. What does he know about kicking?
Oh.
Hi, bo.
No hands, no hands.
But I think his idea was good though, because he wanted
Still
to get
available
it
for the
behind.
Sharks, looks like.
Lift up your hands.
Off, he must
Get out
move
there.
there. He's slowing down the contact, that Province player there.
Can't lie on the ground and play
No. First infringement.
Ooh, what was Kumkani thinking?
Get up on your feet.
Remember, you don't do that thing on a regular, so time will come natural
Go.
to you.
All it needed was just hands.
Pass. Wow. But I see what he was trying to do though. Trying to punch it through. The winger would have walked through.
Yeah, punch it through.
But obviously that foot of his is not the same.
But he was on his way down as well. He had taken a tackle.
Keep it positive. Let's go. Positive.
Yeah, but listen, it is no dying stages. 15 seconds left. Sharks Gilderman will be required to come to the party here and actually apply maximum pressure.
They need a steal here.
Actually, they need 2 paws to go up. And
They
other
need a
forces.
steal here.
Oh, what a take from Western Province.
Great take.
Ah,
Great take.
Done like pros, Western Province.
Brilliant.
Oh, the hook on the other side.
The other hooker says I can also kick.
Yeah, these young men are just got full of character for today. Michael Yasser van Rensburg ending the proceedings here. Obviously, the mere fact that he was away, they needed to get it out as soon as possible. What a game did we have in our folks? Western Province just coming on top of the Sharks.
That kick from Dwenga.
Aye, man. Yo, I call.
Yo.
Needs to go practice more when the kickers go.
Yeah.
Kickers go kick as well. Clearly, man, he's got skills. The idea was good. I don't doubt that. But said it was the wrong time to do it. Man.
Yeah, listen, but hey, what a game, what entertainment. We've seen it all, folks. Some kicks, some intercepts, some massive hits here. There'll be some incredibly sore bodies. We see just a couple of highlights there from the game. It really has been end-to-end stuff here, but it'll be Western Province that hold it right up until the end here to get the victory. The Sharks, twice now they've come just short of their victory against Bueland yesterday, and now to Western Province. Congratulations to Samuel Crosser and his Chargers, victors by 24 points to 19.
Die Thomas Beesman, sy afrecht is dus Reino Skilling, Pieter Lee en T.J. Kleidung, en die bestuurder is meneer Johan Dylan Koen. Ons sal hier hierdie manne, die afrigters, die bestuurders van die spanne, en ons is baie dankbaar vir dit wat julle eie tyd inset. Met die dank vir die liefde van rugby. En hierdie manne te sien ontwikkel, terwyl jy met hulle werk, is seker een van die grootste belonings vir enige afrigter. So aan die afrigters van hierdie 2 spanne wat nou hier gaan speel, baie dankie en dan sterkte aan die DD 15-tal en die Thomas 15-tal vir die laaste wedstryd van die
Sure. So trying to catch my breath from that last game there. Western Province clinching it right at the death there against the Sharks. And now we move to the B division. It's Western Province B that will make their way, and they'll be up against the Pumas 15, so Pumas B for their final game here. These, of course, the 2 teams in the B section that were victorious, winning all their games there, so they get to play on the main field. Wonderful the development that we've seen in terms of the teams playing on the B and C field as well. It really has been impressive. And now the Pumas 15 make their way onto the park as well. Again, a reminder that these are the B teams that are on, that have been playing on the adjacent field here. So both these teams are victorious in all their games, and they get to play their B final on the Ras van Rooyen field here. And then the final game that'll follow at midday will be Bueland up against the hosts, the Golden Lions. Teams are just about ready to make their way to begin the match. Majority of the coaching staff from Western Province will stay as is in the same dugout. Of course, the A team just finished a moment ago, so now here they go here. The Pumas 15. Reckless challenge there to begin with. Referee's arm is out. He stayed down as the Western Province player.
You don't want to see this. Oh, that is extremely reckless. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the referee calls here and what sort of discussion is going to be had. They're sort of discussing the mitigating factors. He's sort of called the captain of the Pumas. And it's a great gesture there by the player to go and see if his opponent is okay.
Yep.
And
he'll go off.
Yeah, the coach has been summoned in to just look at a yellow card and walk back. Nothing said.
No fairness. There's no mitigation there. It's absolutely reckless. So he'll find his way right back to the bench. Will Menzi Siaya. Got 5 minutes to think about his life and future life decisions when he comes back on. Some really tired bodies as Kennedy joins me for this one here. We saw in the Sharks game 5 players coming off there injured. It's been a really, really long week. A lot of these players wouldn't have experienced rugby at this level before.
Yeah, a grueling week that tests everything of a player. You know, mental strength as well, just to be able to lift yourself through those emotional games. A lot of these emotional games, some of them the derbies, we've seen that you need to really sort of lift yourself, and to do that 4 days in 1 week, it's real heavy. Glad to see that he's stood up as Liam Engelbrecht. Yeah, he really took a strong shot, and I think they might have decided to bring him to the sideline. The substitution is going to be made here.
Can come on a bit later, obviously, with the rolling subs. So should the medics clear him, but he doesn't need a ding-dong test, perhaps just needs to catch his breath a bit. And he's welcome to come on later on during the game. Really very eager to go on here. Bunono Mbonisa might well just catch a full game here. So we're just making sure all the necessary documentation is on, and makes his way, does Boniswa.
Real small in stature, 45 kgs at 1.49 meters. They swap like for like in the scrum off position. And that's a good touch finder there by Saliers.
Slightly bigger, this field, considering these teams have played on the B field. So this field slightly longer and wider as well.
I must say that the organizers have done well in sort of the placing of these games. To be able to have this final from the B fields teams that are playing, to be able to put them before the final of the A game, that's just good planning there by the organizers.
Really good planning, as we see now an attempted breakaway here from Western Province. Bonusa in the thick of things already. Saliers looking for some outside backs to run onto the ball there. Lutando gets them over the halfway. Bonusa again. Saliers has a bit of a look, does Jason Joseph. And now coming around on the outside there, Andrea Maynard. Looks for some space. It's a clever little kick, this one here. Running under it is Liam Reed. And that'll come to an end there. It's the right idea, perhaps just a bit too high to deal with.
Yeah, you're correct. Extremely high. It almost became a up and under to put them under pressure rather than a cross kick. But just the execution went slightly wrong, but it was good identification of space because he almost saw that the defenders of the Pumas had shot up. So Saliers just decided to put that cross kick. Just didn't bounce quite right there for his winger, Liam Reed. Yeah, the ball seemed to have come out cleanly there. A great tight head there by Western Province, and referee just stopping the proceedings for restart. Round 2 here. Pumas putting in the feed.
On the foot and stopped there by Reed. Reed happy to operate in the tram lines and gets ushered out. The support has been really brilliant throughout this week. Everybody has braved the weather. It's gotten better and better as the week's gone on, but it really has been a good festival of rugby.
Yeah, the support of the parents has been top class. You mentioned yesterday so correctly that just also the behavior of the parents. Yes, there's emotion, and you know, we cheer and we do get upset, but it all has been accordingly, like it's been on a good nature and good behavior, and that's been very encouraging.
Certainly has been. The Pumas will get to that ball first. And a box kick here, test up for Hoff. Ball in one hand from him. And come around the corner again here, the big lock forward. He's been busy, and that's a little a good ball off there to Volkshank. Still going Volkshank. That's an awesome work from me. He needs the cavalry to come in and support. Yeah, penalty was being blown.
Yeah, I must say, a nice little kick there by Emile Saliers as he just quarterly put it on the boot. All in one motion, very clever, and a real innovative play there. As Western Province have got another opportunity here to tap and go. And the forwards are going to look to get it from their scrum off.
Ball over there to De Bruyn. De Bruyn is over. De Bruyn gets a try for Western Province. Well worked there by the big lock forward. 1.67 meters. It's a dummy pod set up. Distribution on par from Saliers, and dots down does Werner De Bruyn from Panorama Primary School. Attempt to get the extra 2 on here. Looking just at this B League, and some teams are fortunate enough to bring a C team as well. How important is that development, Kennedy, knowing full well that at this age group, players are developing at different stages. Yeah. So where some are maturing to the game of rugby a bit earlier, some a little bit later than others. So you'll find some of these B team players might well find themselves in an under 14A, in a provincial A team next year, but they need to be given this opportunity just to grow as well.
I think that's been a great addition to this tournament by having that B team, because you're so rightfully saying in that most of these players, and it'll be interesting to perhaps maybe do almost a research document in terms of Grandcombe, or how many have been retained in the A teams, and you'll find that a lot of players that are on showcase in this final could be playing in that Grandcombe A team.
And a lot of the guys as well, a little bit younger, some 12, 11-year-olds involved there as well. So going back with that extra experience to your primary school first teams, to your club sides. A lot of these players involved in clubs as well.
And of course, they'll come back next year and perhaps play then for the A team if they are 11 years old.
Knock on there. Boniswa gets it one out to the outside. And that will be behind everybody there. Just hung on to that ball a little bit too long.
And almost didn't look where he was passing there, almost looking at the defender and just passing it into space. But Province have really been on the attack here so early on, on the 10-minute mark. They've really sort of threatened and asked a couple of questions here of the Pumas team.
More set here for the Pumas B. And now onto the boot again, looking for a bit of territory. Fumble from Hoff. Excellent positioning from the Pumas left wing. Onto the boot again. Something to chase here for Fuma. It's going to be a foot chase here. It's going to be a foot chase. Good ushering into the touchline. Would have loved to see Ronaldo just make his way inside to beat that last defender there.
Yeah, he needed to do that, but a strong run by him. And he looks full of running. Both these wingers of Western Province have got enough ball so far, and you can see his outside centre just saying, can you try stay in field? It just gives us an opportunity to recycle the ball.
It's a knock-on from Pumas, so again the place kicking here. It's got a lot of work to do here. Does Dakalo Kitiso. Penalty.
Playing the scrum off was almost irresistible. You're just standing there as a loose forward and you see the scrum off with the hands on the ball. You're just thinking to yourself, do I do it, do I not? But the referee picked it up there. But it just feels to me that Emil Saliers is maybe overcooking the up and under kick. That's the second or third one in a row now when they were on full attack. And that got a turnover, but there is the run there by Ronaldo. Just, yeah. The kick charged down there. Yeah,
quick off that line. If he was at last
onside, yeah, if he was onside, how quick was he?
Bonisa puts his body on the line there. The young man, he's certainly not afraid of the challenge.
Yeah, all 45 kgs of it.
Show and go here from the flanker. Makubane gets a couple of healthy meters. Discipline here from Western Province, letting them down, allowing Pumas to keep creeping in. That ball has been stolen, it certainly has. Bonisa, look how quick that service was. That's gone straight down, so it'll be a come again here. Is this going to sit up? It will sit up here. Off onto the kick. So they've got to get out of there. Yeah. Taken quickly. Everybody's in the thick of things.
Yeah.
Certainly does back himself. He's got to give one more here, you'd think. Oh, he drops it. Was there no advantage for back 10?
Yeah, it seems like the referee is not looking at the advantage. Yeah.
They certainly haven't been 10 meters every time the Pumas have tapped the ball.
Yeah. And they've continued tapping there as the referee just calls for a timeout. It seems like there's an injury here for one of the Western Province players. And just ask the medics to check him quickly. The Pumas have had a good passage of play so far here. You know, just passing just in front of him there, and that's where he was almost trying to stretch out to get the ball and wasn't able to quite get there. That pass needed to go way earlier. Of course, just not giving Matthew van der Vestes a chance to be able to regather the ball. And this, of course, being the final of the B teams that have been playing on the other field here at Monument High School. Both teams have been really good and have been extremely entertaining.
Jordan Forbes getting ready to come onto the park. Obviously making sure the right documentation's handed in to match officials before a player can come on.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it is running time. So, I mean, we saw it in the last game where with a multitude of injuries and a multitude of players coming on, and by no means, you know, is it the point for the medics, but does take quite a bit of time and eat away at it, particularly in a game as close as that. And of course, the medics need to do their job.
So everyone is just trying to get their moment of shine, isn't it? It's like a process driven. As Western Province here are going to try run it out of their own 22.
It's been really sharp when he swapped. It's a good gather under pressure. Now they come again here. It's Dakalo. This is good through the hands. Now someone needs to straighten and deliver. Better here this time. Yeah, let's see what Western Province do. Now he does cut inside. Better here from the flyer from Western Province, Renato.
Yeah, just hands in the ruck there. Pumas were under pressure. They had to do something to slow it down, but Boniswa has been so extremely impressive. I've just loved the way he clears from the base. A typical scrum off. And just his passing motion is excellent. There he is again at the base, just going to the blind side. Oh, just inaccurate, yeah.
Saliers.
Rather than accurate there.
The bounce favors the Pumas.
And that's a good leave there by Hoff. He would have been flirting quite close with the touchline, so sometimes it's just better to let it go because you're not going to really attack from that area. So better to settle it down, get to a set phase that you've practiced during the week as this line out, as there's another substitution or change anyway. Just returning. Maynard.
Yeah. For Jordan Forbes. It's a well set maul, but the counter shove effective from Pumas. Offside, he was early out. The blocks was Siaya. He's just come back from his yellow card. It's on here. It's on here. It's on here. One to beat. Tackle. Good tackle. He fronted up.
A very good tackle there by the Pumas on Liam Reid, because the Western Province had created good space for Reid, and he chose to employ the Maori sidestep, which is straight over your defender, but seems to have come off second best here.
And he had so much space to work with. He had one defender to beat. He could have gone inside, outside. He could have swerved in. Perhaps, like you say, not the best of options available to him. But credit as well to that Puma defender. Really stood up. Had to make the tackle and did make the tackle.
Yeah, good creating of space. And just this pass there, he drew in the last man. And there's Liam Reid. Not too much movement. He just decided to find a target. And this was good jackling there by the Pumas.
Yeah, it was a fullback that effected that tackle.
Tackle, yeah. Kurun. Liam Reid is able to get up and after some attention from the medical staff, this gives an opportunity for the Pumas to just nudge it into touch and push themselves into that 22 area, well, 10-meter area of the Western Province half. As Wellman is going to throw in here.
No contest from Western Province. Again, just put on the boots there. Place kicking has been brilliant from the Pumas. They just know how to turn the opposition around.
I think it's just a variation of, from what the Western Province fly-off Saliers has been doing. Rather than kicking the up and under across, they sort of look for space and just try to probe into that corner. And they're in a good position here. Again, putting good pressure, just forcing the line-out thrower there. Simon Kutsir just throwing it slightly skew.
Now this is what happens when you disrupt line-out. So your fly-off's done a good job, got you down there in territory. You've disrupted the line-out, and now just outside the 5-meter line, you've got a perfect opportunity here to set a platform from which to launch.
Yeah, that's what you just call, good tactical strategies. They're just doing the right things at the right time.
Oh, they've got a tight head, Western Province.
There's another up and under from Saliers. It's going to be put under pressure here.
Can see what he's trying to do, but it's just going way too high rather than coming across here. I mean, if that stayed a little bit more flat, they could have made its way all the way to halfway, because the Pumas line was right up.
And I think if excellent Vuma they had approached and gone to get the kick, they would have been in more danger, would have Western Province from that kick. But he sort of let the ball bounce, and it sort of worked out for
again, not straight, so a problem for Western Province at line-out time. And you speak to the tactics of the Pumas, that's one place that you'd want to exploit.
Yeah.
So they know that they've got a 50-50 here, a ball, even if it's not their throw.
That's something that Simon Kutsiaru is going to want to focus on as he is throwing it in. He's got to just make sure that he tries to be accurate. If not, have a discussion with your locks and maybe make it more simpler and throw the front ball much more easier. Put in here by the Pumas as they're going to try a fancy little backline move.
Oh, it might be pulled off here. Takalo's been so busy. Very slow, that ball in coming out. Eventually it does come for Makubane. Makubane is still going.
Yeah, the coaches are shouting Paula. Yeah, and sanity has prevailed.
Message gets through finally.
The funny thing about it is that the tea carrier is almost jogging, and the water carrier said, listen, I'll catch him up and get the tea from him.
Yeah, normally as soon as the ref blows that whistle, you send the tea.
You know what I'm saying.
But yeah, right out in front, and they do need to get some points considering the amount of territory they've had in the early exchanges. It's just before halftime as well, so to come into halftime team talk with some points on the board makes the team talk a whole lot easier.
Yeah, definitely. It will make it much easier. This is a sitter. And a good strike at that as the Pumas get on the scoreboard. We are, of course, sitting right next to the halftime entertainment. We've got some DJ Mapurisa Amapiano songs playing right next to us that you know that you are under 13 Cravenweek when the vibe is of this nature.
Halftime here, folks, 7-3 in favor of Western Province. We'll see what the second half holds for us.
A ni'n dod â'r chwaraewyr gorau o Lanelli, Casnewydd, Caerdydd, Abertawe, Llanfair Pwllgwrgell, Gogerych, Chwydrob o Llantysilio, Goch, a Thu Hwnt. Ni'n caru dod i dde Affrica. Mae dy chi eithroedd sy'n neud i'r Gymraeg swnio normal. Felly, pen campwyr byd! Oeddech chi'n barod?
What is your great? Is it reaching your goal?
2:18.95 is a world record and goal.
The greatness now is not for myself, but for every other young girl who watches us.
Or helping others reach theirs? Is it bouncing back?
I want them to talk more so I can do better.
Or rising above?
Better than others, better than others.
Is it never giving up? Or letting it go?
The obstacles that they've had to overcome.
What is your great?
How much I've defied the odds, chased my dreams, and lived my best life.
Is it shifting the lens to others or to yourself? Is it doing what they say you can't?
You need to have passion. You need to have confidence in yourself.
Or making space for those who can.
I want to make sure that women in sport are given opportunities. As soon as I achieve that, I will feel that I have played my part.
Define your great.
Western Province making their way to begin their second half, just in front end picture. The captains of the Golden Lions as well as Bueland receiving final instructions from the match official for the game that's going to happen next, the final of the A division. The hosts up against Bueland. The Western Province just need to get that kicking sorted out. The Pumas just need to keep plugging away as they have been. Really quick onto that ball, Western Province in the attempt to steal. And now on the boot. It's almost like the fullback knew it was coming. He was tracking back very quickly. Tackle effected there on Devon de Hoff. Knock. Yeah, as expected when beginning a second half, both the teams just needing to find their feet a bit. A little bit loose. Hopefully the scrum will bring some stability to the Province attack.
Yeah, Boniswa first contact of the game and was able to still offload the ball there. The referee just indicating that it went slightly forward off of Puma's hands. And this scrum, of course, just moving at the early shove here. And he's just recalling it. I think one of the players of the Pumas just questioning him about it. That isn't there a possible turnover there? As more subs are being made here.
Jake was really eager to go join that scrum.
He comes back with a puzzled face like, what is going on here?
I got the tight hit to the Pumas. Short that pass there. And lost as well by the inside centre. Bonis were unable to gather, so they'll scrum again.
Yeah, we just tend to forget how just young these players are, because we've been watching them for the past week now, and we just tend to forget that they're 12 or 13 years old, and that's why some of the passing, even they're just struggling to get long passes out, because it's it's a big field, big stage, and big time emotions that they have to mix in with all that bubble while they play in the game. So we've just got to have a bit of understanding of the age.
Come around the corner here. Salia's waiting for somebody to run onto the ball. Eventually, it does come. It's the 8th man that's got it there, Ruben Bronson. Stolen back by the Pumas. Gather there from Devonde. Won't be out. Who else?
Yeah, who else? He has to get the Spirit Award of the tournament. He really is just punching above his weight.
Literally.
Yeah.
That ball is touched, so Western Province can come away from this here. Good meters gained. Now they need a quick ball here to disrupt this defense. Salias cross to the lock forward. Good handling skills there from Reed. Still Reed is going there. He'll sidestep everybody. And dot down will Liam Reed. Twinkle toes on the touchline here.
Yep, Liam Reed in for what is a brilliant try, and good movement here by the back line of Western Province, and this pass had to be regathered just behind his shoulder there, and him just straightening out here. Poor tackle there by the Pumas player, but Liam Reed from Weinberg Boys Jr. has a touchdown for Western Province, 15 here.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Jason Joseph, the big lock forward, seems on attack to play in the second center position. His distribution is fantastic. But this is what we want to see from Western Province. Salias decides to keep ball in hand this time rather than kick it away, and really taking advantage of a Puma defense that was at 6s and 7s. He'll convert this successfully.
Yep.
So much better decision making there from Western Province, and a great resolve from Liam Reed. He caught it behind him, which means that slowed him down, but he accelerated once again and still managed to beat 2 defenders. Brilliant job.
And what was key there, that they got momentum from the forwards, and the back line then decided just to get it out wide. You know, just exploiting that overlap, but that's a good take there by Western Province, and good cleaning from the base there.
Dead arm from the 8th man there. He's making his way off the field.
Just tackled into touch there.
He went
There's
down.
a slight injury.
Immediately, Siaya.
Good to have some of the teams that are coming from way out, the provinces, you know, they're from East London, from Cape Town, coming up to the north here. War School Monument. It's hosted a different number of provinces and 2 international sides, so this has been a real colorful tournament this week. And some stars have stood out. There have been some really impressive outings. You know, you could mention a number of players. Of course, Williams from the Sharks has really been a standout player so far in this tournament.
Yeah, he certainly has done well, but looking at the respective A-sides, while we've got a break here, the respective A-sides of the 2 provinces are playing. We look at the Pumas. I mean, one of the standouts there, Devon Fenter.
Yeah,
he's a big wing, he's a strong wing. He really has wrestled well in the
Mwang also was really good.
Yeah,
he's a strong ball carrier, always carrying the ball. It was very impressive.
Certainly has done well. Some of those players picking up their hands from Western Province point of view. Carl Snyder's has been quite immense. The carries from Van Rensburg.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. He's been powerful. He's been direct as well, and quite intelligent. Knows when to pass and when not. Luanzo Van Bera.
Very, very potent. Man of the match in the last match.
Yeah, he's done well. Unfortunate to get a yellow card on behalf of his teammates a couple of days ago, where they really needed him to play. But just the talent that we've seen here on a 13 level has been absolutely immense as we get back into the action here via Sebastian Rieder. Van Vieren's been a good distributor today. Comes again against the run here for Weynan Trutter. Throws one out. It needed a pass there. Just didn't see the players on his outside. Makubane. His knees on the floor, so it'll be a tackle now. Perhaps the wrong option to go that side of the field. Numbers are plenty for Western Province. Yeah. Be a new advantage there. Might be a try. It won't. Referee will come back. Yeah, he's going to just had a word there, the referee, for discipline. Tap and go here, Western Province on defense. Digging for it, the halfback there, Jacobs.
Jabbies, they call him.
Might be in here. Will be in. It's good work and a good response from the Pumas. Siaya will come in.
He's a very active runner. Siaya, he's always determined. You could just pick it up when they're warming up. He was just handling the ball and bumping his teammates around. So he's very active type of player, and he did well in scoring that try, just beating the Western Province defenders, just going around them, not making clean tackles, and just able to push around and give an opportunity here for them to nudge an extra 2 points. It's a big distance for him to kick through, but just not being able to make it.
Saliers, it's a high and hanging kick from him, troubling everybody there. It's pinpointer from Cilliers,
Bayalo.
picking out Baloyi.
Aloy, who goes to Penryn, of course, wasn't too comfortable under that ball. You could just see it as it was a mid-flight. He was almost hesitant. And the result is, of course, a Western Province line out here.
Can they disrupt the Pumas? Attempted rip available again for Western Province. Yeah, might be stolen. It is stolen. And Baloyi now back onto the ball with a decent carry. Yep, bodies everywhere, just flying recklessly through.
Yeah, you just felt that Baloyi didn't place the ball quite right. He was almost caught in a situation where it was easy for Western Province to be able to get their hands on that ball. And that's why they had to almost force a side clean on, not through the gate. And that's what the referee has blown here. And in that motion of cleaning out, they might have just injured one of the players here. Good unity there. You can just see by Western Province getting together in a huddle, making sure that everyone in the team gets together. It's indicative of how the Pumas are just standing out. It's a little detail that says a lot in a picture.
Yep. Glad to see him up and back on his feet. Jean Volkshank from the whip. High fives from his teammates, and now let's see how they decide to deal with this penalty here. They're going to go for the line. Looks like they are. He's also had an impressive week this week. The ball boys have been absolutely fantastic. Been running around all over the place, making sure that the players have got to the ball either on the half or on the line. Some great efforts by those youngsters as well, and our thanks and appreciation to you. Oh, that's a good inside pass there. Just spills it. It was a very low pass, to be fair to him.
Yeah, but they had done everything right. It was a well-worked move. Just to the outside center and back inside. Here is the inside pass. Yeah, good pass as he gets it out wide.
Now
wasn't able to gather it, yeah.
Eventually, Mbanwazi gets his time on the lead. He's been pacing up and
About
down
time.
here.
He's about to, he's saying to himself, he has been just trying to show how eager he is on the touchline. Finally gets a chance, and it's a good chance because he falls straight into that scrum.
He replaces Joshua Banda, who takes a break. And the Pumas here, you can see just how close they're staying together, the two centers.
Jacobs feeds into the scrum here. And another kick through. That's a better kick. That's tested Liam Reid, but he's going to reply here. With fleet-footedness, did well to just come in off touch. And there, good clearance. Cilliers and the forwards here are getting good movement. They need to move the ball, and they have. This is wonderful play.
And the wingers now getting involved there. Great tackle effected into the 22. But the spreading of that ball from Western Province, once they get going, and they really do shift it up a gear, don't they?
You've got to be impressed by just the way Liam Reid came into touch and set it up and set a platform, and his whole team understood that there was space out wide, and they just roped him in there as he tried to get into the corner there. Ronaldo.
Right to the throat of the fullback Devonde. And now across to Reed. Goes outside one, inside another. But definitely won't get him.
Yeah. Referee calls it a high tackle. Some of the Western Province A-team players that were victorious earlier on in the match before this, just celebrating and cheering on their teammates.
There's a new man there, Jadida. Plenty of numbers here if Saliers can get it up and over. Yeah, that ball is stolen. It's good work by Siaya. Stolen back again by Province. Can the winger get in that corner here? Looks for a couple of options, Saliers. And now the wild pass across here. If this gets to Reed, might just be the extras for him.
Wow.
It's forward.
Yeah.
Forward from the referee.
Marginal call there. It seemed like it was pretty straight at best. But good identify here of space here by, if I'm not mistaken, by one of the locks here, just throwing that ball out wide and says, you backs aren't getting it right, so let me just show you how to find space. That looked like going backwards. Reed was in for a comfortable try, as there's an injury here for the Pumas. These medics have been really busy, especially in day 3 and 4. They've been put to task.
Yeah, it's Siaya who's down again.
Yeah, the score sat on that 14 points to 8 in favor of Western Province for quite some time now. Both teams haven't been able to sort of really capitalize. They've showed just glimpses of possible opportunities to score tries, but they just haven't been able to execute.
Yeah, a couple of changes on in the meantime. See, yeah, the likes of Jordan Forbes replacing Liam Reed. He's come on to the right wing here. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go.
Just looking at those scrum halves and almost matching each other for size. Just it's a great picture for me. Both are nuggety and have got good real passes from the base here.
Jacobs is taken to ground by Dakano. And now plenty of numbers here. You'd think the Team Province is in for all money here. Try-saving tackle again from the fullback, Gerrit Kroon. Just getting sucked in every time, the Pumas, so they're unable to fan out.
Referee playing advantage on the offside mark there. Western Province had opportunity early on to perhaps move the ball. Just tend to get stuck. One or two of the players there that are in that attacking line as they take the quick tap here. Referee says it wasn't from a correct place, so he's awarding a scrum to the Pumas.
There's a player down in the meantime from the Pumas. Medics are already attending to one Pumas player. Another one
on
needed.
day 3 and 4 you need more than 2 medics. And the third one is about to make his way. They're fully kitted out here.
Yeah, reminds you of those field hospitals we had during the height of the COVID.
Yeah, with close to 2 minutes left in this match. It hasn't looked like the Pumas are going to score from a scrum or 2 or so, but they're going to have to get that right if they are going to get on the score sheet here and maybe take a lead in this game. But they've been camped within this 22 for quite some time now. The Western Province just haven't allowed them to exit, and it's interesting that they continue keeping on kicking rather than trying to run it out of their own half. There's not much to lose. It's very low risk play, and I think they're going to look at that option.
Going to have to score a 100-meter try here.
That's the thing.
Yeah, Pumas. That ball is out and everyone just stood around it.
And they were basically cleaning each other out and looking at each other.
Going to make a first-time hit here, and now going to get over the ball. That's good scrambling from Western Province.
Strong running there by...
Knock.
Oh, just a knock on.
So they've made 20 meters. They got a scrum again. Option for blind here. Just one thing perhaps that the Pumas are guilty of, just not scanning. They've got overlaps, they've got players in advantageous positions, just not looking there. So they can just lift their head and scan. Might be on here for Province. So far so good, time ticking away here.
Yeah, it's 1 minute left, and most of these games today have gone right to the wire, and this is one of them. The Pumas will have to be right on top of their game here, because the Western Province defense has held them out for most of this game, but they're going to have to just unlock them with a clever piece of play. Yeah, referee doesn't call that for an airy tackle. Pumas need to give it all. They cannot kick. Yeah, maybe not the right option there by the Pumas, but they still do get a chance. Another line out, but the hooter goes and the referee calls the game. Western Province have won here in the B division. And it's just joyous scenes here. The Pumas had an opportunity to run it, and they preferred the kick. It's almost indicative of what sums up the game for them. They've kicked the ball away quite often, and it has come back to bite them here as Western Province just edge them out slightly.
Western Province be victorious over the Pumas by 14 points to 8. Certainly wasn't a high-scoring affair. Those points scored in the first half, but plenty of action in between that. Holding their resolve with Western Province, not taking advantage of the opportunities where the Pumas. That's the B Division final in favor of Western Province. We've got the highlight of the tournament coming up next. The Golden Lions versus Bueland. Stay tuned for that one.
We are going to ask the teams to line up as we did for Namibia and Zimbabwe yesterday, and then we will do the national anthem of South Africa before the kickoff of the final game. Dit is dan voor spannen van die Puma's in de weekler. En van die vijfers te doen. Wel gedaan mannen. Met een mooie wedstrijd in de kijk. Ladies and gentlemen, rugby to South Africa brings hope, passion and encouragement. We are just waiting for the umpires. And then we want to wish these two teams, the Golden Lions and the Boerland Under 13 Cravenweek team, we wish you all the best. This is the last game of the Cravenweek 2022. And we trust that it's going to be one for the books and one to remember. We would like everybody to please rise for the South African anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Nou ja, hulle sê daar's net een land en dis Boerland. En daar's net een leeu en dis die goue leeu. Baie sterkte aan hierdie spanne en dan aan die afrigters. Ons salueer julle manne by die Boerland A-span, Melvin Davids en Jaco Strydom en meneer
And this is how it ends, folks. We've had 4 days of end-to-end rugby as far as the under-13 Cravenweek has been concerned. Getting ready now for two teams that really have been standouts throughout this entire tournament here. It's the hosts, the Golden Lions. They take on Bueland. The captains are ready to usher their two teams in. Samuel Kitsoff, captain of Bueland. We look at a couple of the players there from the Bueland team.
Yeah.
Certainly Joshua Kruger, remember he got injured in the last game, so he'll play no part in this. He's a big lock forward that carries on Hollenbach. They've got a brilliant loose trio to there, and then probably my favorite player there, Van Golfer, together combining with Umar Daniels, does a brilliant job there. Looking at the Golden Lions, they're led there by Lyle Lawrence, Llewellyn Lawrence is the captain there. Also magnificent of the ball. Blessing Munareng has been an absolute wildfire, an absolute firecracker there for the team as well. So good luck to whoever tackles him anytime he gets the ball. Ethan Kruger's controlled things really nicely in the number 10, and the likes of Piri and Van Geelen really have been standouts at line-out time. Interesting to see as we go through this one with my co-commentator Kennedy Timber. Interesting to see at line-out time in particular, probably two of the tallest teams that we've seen here outside of the Pumas lock setup here. So it'll be an interesting contest at line-out time.
Yeah, and it definitely will be. You know, set phases have been so important and crucial here. The scrums and lineouts, and of course the kickoffs, very vital and important component of teams that have been successful. And both these teams, that's why they're meeting here in the final match of this 2022 Under-13 Cravenweek. As the Boland team are going to look to get us underway here.
Under-13 Cravenweek final 2022. Here we go. Now there's a decent run from Hanko van Geelen. Comes across now. There's a good pod set up there by the forwards. Good ball in two hands running here from 8th man Run Bester.
Step, black.
They opt to go for the short side again here to the Golden Lions.
Step.
Very slow that ball in coming out. First blow going in favor of the Golden Lions.
A good call there by the referee, and not a lot of referees have called that throughout this week. They just sort of let it play on, and for ball stolen they play on. But that is a lot of breakdown issues of slowing the ball down and also not supporting your body weight, and those two need to be penalized, and the referee got it accurate there.
Rising nice and high there for Jaden Jabba. That maul, so far so good, and for the men from Bueland. Now here come the Lions here, trying to spot a half gap.
Step. Step.
Chiefs have been good in using that short side Van Geelen. Still wrestling through there. Take the ball again here. Take the ball. It's just over the line. Needs to jot it down. He does so. It'll be Samuel Kazadi. We'll get the first points on the board here for the Golden Lions. In the number 23 jumper.
Yeah, powerful work there. Just breaking tackles left, right and center. And just reaching out, he's so determined. Yeah, Kazadi, yeah, in with an early try. And giving the opportunity here to be able to add the extra 2 to just push the Golden Lions into a 7-0 lead, and he's obliged with that opportunity. But that was a wonderful try there by Samuel Kazadi. He's really fleet-footed for a forward. I think he's got a stature of almost a loose forward, but was able to just get in there for what is a great opening try for the Lions. They really are just breaking the tackles, these strong runners from the Lions. Just a rip ball there from the Boland, just giving them an opportunity.
Here by Boland, and first real chance we've seen them with ball in hand. It's been all Golden Lions thus far. We know how dangerous that ball can be as soon as it gets to those outside backs. That ball is stabbed ahead here by Jessenheimer. And perhaps not as much purchase as we have liked. It was direct, so this is a good platform here for Boland from which to launch. It's a great contest, but stolen back by Boland. Stopped in his tracks, Divan Meyer. At halfback is Werner de Villiers. Fly half operating things as well, coming around there. Daniel Masonheimer.
Play it. If you have the ball, play the ball, please. Hold on.
Yeah, interesting call by the referee saying if you have the ball, play it. He's saying, well, Mr. Ref, he's not releasing the ball. How do I play it? Yeah, but again, you know, once it's a ruck, the question comes, are the hands out? And that's a good kick.
Super kick.
Really well timed there, just using the wind to his benefit. But you did mention it, that these two forward backs have got some tall timber. And you can just see how they're elevating within the lineouts. Out of all the teams I've watched so far, these two have to be. I mean, just look at the height there. From Kazende.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the likes of Naledi Piri, he stands in at 190. Hanko van Geelen, he's at 189. And then you look at the Boland players here. Joshua Kruger. Let's see this wrap around here. It's a massive overlap if the Lions can get to it. He hung on too long on that occasion there, did Enrich Bosch.
Release Black, release Black! He's off his feet.
They come again here, the Lions.
Tackle!
Fair to say, home ground advantage really having an influence here. The tail's up for the Lions.
Oh,
stab through the top to the back here. This is clever stuff. Who's cleaning up here? It's all that he really could do. Shane Alexander.
Yeah, boy, does Shane Alexander have some gas on him, because he almost had to turn around, but he almost just outpaced the chasers that were already in full motion. That's good speed there by Shane Alexandra.
Right, guys,
yeah, a clever little kick through there. And Alexandra, jet shoes, able to just turn around and dot it down.
Right,
yeah, good safe play there by him.
Crouch. Bind. Scrum.
Pick up by 8. They've lost that ball. And they'll skid backwards, so we'll scrum Boland.
Knock on my white. Scrum black ball.
A pick up there from Ruan Bessa, another player that's really carried well throughout this tournament.
A real powerful player.
Johan.
Loves carrying the ball, and those pick and goes from the ruck and mauls.
The ball is available. Play the ball.
He really loves carrying the ball, and There's some of the photos being taken
Bind.
by some of the SA Rugby
Scrum.
officiates that are here.
Use it. Stop, black.
It's a good clearance there.
Yeah, decent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Stay there.
Yeah, interesting. The likes of Munareng not starting
Ball.
for the Golden Lions. And now Ruan Bester here, showing what he's capable of. He's got nobody around him, but he's strong enough to stand until the support arrives.
Backwards.
He needed to hang on to that. There was a huge overlap. They'll come again here, the Lions. Taken down to ground there, Jaden Jabba. Now for Kruger. Kruger off to the captain there, Llewellyn Lawrence. Triumph there for Buerland.
21 on his feet.
Yeah, it's a good steal there by De Villiers. Really great job there, just calming down the storm, because the Lions have been really making good meterage, and Bester is right at the heart of it. It's a great strike, but oh, that could have been a real nightmare for Boland.
Relax.
Yeah, just wasn't able to gather it in. Was Prince Agu.
Stop. Ja. Van hom.
Wow.
That
was up there.
I mean, the fact that he attempted that, because I thought he was just going to watch it go out, shows some real intent from the player.
Beide 8 in asseblief. Crouch. Bind. Scrum.
It's a huge scrum. I've got to get that ball out as quickly as possible, Buerland. There's a clear dominance at scrum time. I mean, you look at the Lions front row pack here, 76, 65, 80 kilos versus 77, 55 and 80 kilos.
Bind.
But the engine room is a big difference for these two sides here.
Scrum.
That it is.
Van Geelen at 97 kilos. Gathered there. Tackle effected. Equally so, the clean out. Probably entire Lions pack is in that ruck there. This is the captain Lawrence. Never gave up to Shane Alexander in his efforts to bring him down. And now Bester. JC's been busy, has Bester. He needs to give one more here. This is promising from the Lions.
Yeah, once again, referee calls for holding. It's almost
Okay, if you have the ball available, play the ball.
again making that decision for saying if you have the ball available, but if they're not letting go of the ball, referee, what
take
must
the
we
ball
do?
that's not available. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but another great break there by Ruan Bester. A real threat from that number 8 position for the Lions, and you can see that they get a lot of their momentum from him. And it's just a matter of securing their ball at the breakdown and just recycling it. And if they can do that, they were going to be in a good position here.
Divan Meyer getting some attention. Good to see him back up on his feet to join the defensive line. The Lions with their 18th wave of attack here. That's a good tackle.
Tackle!
Samuel Kazadi trying to replicate what he did in his first try, but Boland were not going to let him have that much joy.
Loose!
Come again here, the Lions. Lawrence. He's clobbered to the ground there by Sterling Pady.
Loose! Loose die bal. Loose!
Come again here, the Lions. Can he make it all the way? Can make it all the way. Jaden Jabba.
Loose it.
You feel he had to score that because otherwise he would have been in trouble with management. There was a three-man overlap to his left-hand side.
Yeah, Christo Hugo would have called him in to say to him, you need to have a discussion with me, young son. Jaden Jabber in for the Lions' second try, but this was pure determination because that's that leg drive that got him to cross the line, and that was rather unnecessary. Yes, you know they've scored the try. Either celebrate with them or just walk away.
Yeah.
But strong play there. They've been threatening to cross the line and finally have been able to get over the line here to score their second try, and they could add the extra 2 here. He just pushes it to the right. But a great try by the Lions loose forward there. He almost just kept that hand off at almost as stiff as possible, just to keep getting a momentum, and just while driving towards the line there, and he was able to get there.
Umar Daniels is going to make his way onto the park. Yeah, he wasn't feeling comfortable since he went down Divan Meyer.
Yeah, he's got that knee heavily strapped there. As Daniels.
Just a word from his teammate saying, Divan, get off, it's running time. It's not incorrect. Van Geelen comes again. He's been menacing, but he's been really smart about his runs also.
Touched.
And onside here. They give it some air here. Yeah, they do. Promising here. Brilliant. Let's see now what they can do here. This is a good run from the youngsters. Ushered into a touch. Shane Alexander. Would have liked to see a bit more fight from him. He knew the tackle was coming front up at the shoulder there.
Stay in touch, you know. Yeah. But good ball movement here by Boland. Just understanding they had to get it to Shane Alexander. You can see him just trying to, but the ball is in the wrong hand.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't even get a hand off. Just small details that the players need to watch, but that's a massive kick.
Gives that a good old thump, does Ethan Kruger. But this is reminiscent of that game from 2 days ago. Boland normally don't have most of the possession, but geez, so they make good use of the scraps they get.
Yeah.
Open the gap, please. Open.
You tend to have to make the best of whatever ball you have. There's not much of a gap in that lineout.
Zero
to be honest.
Here's an advantage from the referee. They need quick recycle ball to Boland. He had to straighten, not too many options available to his right-hand side.
Right. Step. The bounce is over for a knock.
And now this is better stuff here.
The referee seemed to be indicating that there was a late tackle there, but just...
It was a right idea just to set away Alexander. I think just a bit too heavy. Of course, he saw the big frame of Van Geelen coming towards him.
Yeah, never a pleasant sight to see that. Good line out.
White 10.
Extremely accurate there.
Yeah, textbook.
Step.
That ball was a bit later to the center them. Sent back. They're going to have to clean up here. Lawrence. Gang tackles from Bualand. Fortunately, what it does do is that it leaves them vulnerable out wide. This is a smart little kick. Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, that wasn't the best of decisions. Rather, chaperoned that ball into touch. As there's a flag up here on from the far side, AR.
It's running time.
Yeah.
let's listen in here.
Okay.
Penalty only. Just around the 10.
Yeah.
Okay, no yellow card, clear and obvious.
Just late after
8
the ball,
white.
the ball was
8 white.
8 white.
Perfect, thank you. Right, captain. Captain and number 8 white, please. 8 white. Okay, man, luister nog. Clear and obvious, clean off the ball. Stop it. Penalty only. Next one, yellow card. We're going back for the penalty.
Okay, good, clear communication there by the referees, and
would have been good to have the Bualand captain there as well, so he knows. I mean, he's on the receiving end of the penalty.
Funny enough, AR got involved, but just previously there was a late tackle there. Nothing picked up from there. You'd like them to remain consistent in terms of
we need
your involvement. Yeah,
a utensil to play with.
Definitely do. They're just kicking into the wind here.
Yeah, it just needs to angle properly.
So from that last kick of Kruger, the Lions were able to get a huge clearance. Again, I'm just looking at the gap between the line out there.
There's no gap. And that's the advantage of the Lions, because if you've got Piri standing at 190 there, I mean, he basically just stands and can flick the ball.
Yeah.
Bualand now trying to conjure up an attack here. Again, very limited options available to Meisenheimer. They close very quickly to the Lions. Trying to just drive them back here.
Backward by Black.
Shane Alexander does well to put his opposite number under just enough pressure. Prince Agu. Yeah, this is promising here from Bualand. They keep coming around the corner here. This is good continuity. Got to give that ball there. Speculative, one more is needed. Oh, gotta give the ball.
Oh, that is
front.
Whoa, that's a huge turnover. A big opportunity missed there by.
And with 2 players available,
Oh, you
got
had
to give that.
And the referee had already said play on. You almost felt there was a knock on, and he got a second opportunity and just wasn't able to offload that. And this is a real turnaround for the Lions.
Another AR chat there. Let's see what they have to say.
Yes, okay, fun.
Van die Yusuf.
Okay, nummer.
Again, nummer.
Okay, there's only 2 in, there's no team warning. Next guy has to go. Hou vir my die merk asseblief. Captain, please. Okay, discipline raak nou 'n issue. Okay, there's no penalty daar gewees. En 'n penalty daar. Team warning, the next guy goes. Sort out your discipline, please. Penalty.
So, an opportunity for Bualand to get back into it. They cannot rue these opportunities. They need to make sure they capitalize.
Dis
Lucky you did mention earlier on that they live off scraps, and you were so right, because that was the scraps. They were able to get real momentum and just keep the ball alive in just some skillful, intricate passes as they are underway here.
Needs some support there.
Release! Step.
We come again here to Boerland. Just overrunning the ball there.
That is rather careless play there by the Boerland backline, just not being accurate in the pass. Of course, that's not looking at the runner that's running off you. When you are making that pass, that timing just becomes slightly off, and you can see them having that discussion about the timing. That was another opportunity blown, and I hope they don't rue these missed opportunities.
Twice they could have been in here. The men from Boerland.
Bind! Scrum! Step up.
Good scrum from the Lions again. And I choose to run it. Alexander coming up.
Yeah, a good option there by Prince Agu. You saw that the defenders were about to punch him into touch, and just a little dink.
Still no gap here.
Of the
advantage for a knock.
Line out here, the referee plays on.
Did brilliantly to hang on there.
No advantage, we're going back.
Yeah, you'd hope that there would be a discussion about the spacing within the line out at half-time. You know, you got your match officials that are, you know, overseeing the referees as well, which is part of that coaching aspect of the refereeing. So those are the discussions that you would like to have, because it's not really a fair contest if you've got, you know, the opposition already crossing from that line. So if I'm a hooker, to throw my ball in accurate, it just becomes difficult because I'm not quite sure where the midline is.
Scrum! Use it!
Ball comes out quickly here.
Step your pillars.
The De Villiers had to clean up there. Ball and all tackle, as they call it. And now the Lions can get going with life here.
Step here, Black. Step.
Wow, that'll be the half there. Quick fire start from the home team. Boerland have been there and thereabouts on a couple of occasions. They just need that final puncher to get them through. Their discipline an issue later into the first half there. Something that the coaches want to talk about from a Lions point of view. Otherwise, all going well for the Lions. But hey, 12 points. Knowing what Boerland can do is not something to be calm about. They really need to come out firing to the Lions. We'll see how both teams shape up in the second half.
A ni'n dod â'r chwaraewyr gorau o Lanelli, Casnewydd, Caerdydd, Abertawe, Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll, Gogerych, Chwyldrop o Llantysilio, Goch, a Thu Hwnt. Ni'n caru dod i dde Affrica. Mae dy chi eithroedd sy'n neud i'r Gymraeg swnio normal. Felly, hen campwyr byd! Oeddech chi'n barod?
You have too many new voice messages.
Morning, Neil. It's Annelle. I'm sure you know what day it is.
Is he on set already? Do you think that this is is better for Insta or the red carpet?
Good morning from Loftus.
You are in the studio, right?
Hey, don't forget to warm up.
Children's party.
It's too late.
It's Saturday, Neil. Saturday!
Welcome to your weekend. The legend has returned with a few new faces. Super Saturday. Saturday mornings on Supersport on DSTV. Proudly brought to you by Toyota.
Neil Andrews, I'm doing a show now. It's Saturday.
Centre court, the greatest stage in tennis. Serena with a stunning forehand. Roger Federer, la légende. 100 years of centre court, and what a moment this is.
The stage awaits. Join Supersport in pursuit of greatness at Wimbledon on 2 broadcast channels. Proudly brought to you by Spa.
Sure, what a first half we experience here for this under 13 Cravenweek final. The Lions got off to an absolute flyer, but resolute defenses admittedly saved Boerland from a try flurry because there was a wave and wave of attack, particularly the last 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes of the first half was just all Lions, and then creeping their way back into Lions territory with Boerland. They didn't do themselves any favors. The Lions, ill discipline, a big issue towards the end of that first half. Those players all in front there. Yeah, not the best of ways to start. Looking at a couple of the changes here, you can see the likes of Blessing Monareng, one of the playmakers in the Lions side. So they really have rung the changes. Hopefully communication will be better between 12 and 13 for Boerland, because it really has gone array there. Every time they try spread it, one's either running over the ball or the passes are too short. So hopefully those comms will be much, much better, because if they do get that right, they'll be deadly on the outside.
And they've shown that already on that last passage of play that was close to the end of the half. Just as you mentioned, ball goes bobbling there. Oh, is that an intentional knock on? Perhaps there by Kazandi. Referee just deems as a knock on, and I'm not sure. Yeah.
Mr. Henny Heidenreich is man on the whistle, assisted by Mr. Ruan Bernardi on this near side. On the far side, Johan Kuhn. Better scrum from Boerland. They were totally dominated in the first half. Ball chipped up front there from Van Golfer. There are 3 men here. They need to make that tackle. Did excellently to escape that. There were 3 Boerland players around him. Messi. There's a knock-on advantage. Big tackles.
Stop! God, it's over.
And a
Stop,
launcher
White, stop.
torpedo doesn't get the better of it. They've got to come, Buerland. They're almost second guessing themselves every time they're on the ball, and now turning into a kicking game. Captain needed to send that ball there. Need a call for help as well. Buerland is up by himself, is Samuel Kitsoff. They go the short side again. Province here, and Lions here. This time through Miguel Elliott. That's a good fronting up there from Zane Martinez. Good continuity here from the Lions. They come again with Ruan Bester. He's wrapped up by Erasmus. Oh, the Flyers are out now. The Flyers are out now. Flags up. You had to think about that, the AR.
Ik heb de grounding. Touch first. Let's go to the line. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there.
Well done,
He
everyone.
did go into touch, but good movement by the Lions. Again, with that strategy of just punching it up through the middle with their big forwards of Bester, and then just getting their backs out wide with slick passing to get the ball out wide, and that almost resulted in their third try. But just good defense here by Boland, yeah.
Dus hij stapt nou op. Ja. Nee, speel. Here's your mark. Open the gap, please. Open the gap, please. Time back on. Thank you, everyone. Peep.
Good line out there by Boland.
Stop, Black! Stop! That's backwards.
Kazandi not quite sure of what to do with that ball. But,
if they hold him up here.
Move! Ball available.
Captain Lawrence looking to shrug some people off.
Tackle, Black! Step.
Munaring at pace, but they got his number. Ball comes out for Buerland.
Around it's on his feet. All right.
referee indicating just holding on, and he had all the rights. As he said, he is on his feet. And I must say that Ruan Mulder at fullback for the Lions has been heavily involved. He's been receiving kickoffs at the back there, just trying to ignite play, and if not, he's got a sound kicking boot.
Open.
And has really done well. This is a much better space in the lineouts here. By the referees.
Certainly, whilst we've got a break here, certainly the player of the Lions at the moment. He saved two try-saving tackles there. He's dealt well with those balls deep, often isolated. He's been brilliant for the Lions.
Yeah, Daniels here, he came on tentatively when he was made a substitution, and he just hasn't looked right at that strapping.
Open.
Looks extremely heavy. And this is a challenge of playing on a fourth day. You just do not have any subs, especially if you've traveled a long way, all the way from Paul. Yeah, they might not have extra subs, but you can see that he's in pain.
He's in pain, but looks at
no other options there.
Looks bleak on the Buerland bench there, so he's got to continue. Jace van Kolfer is so comfortable on the ball there.
With some real skill to have the backs.
They need to come again here. Half gap spotted there.
That's a good call by the referee. Tackler has to roll away first before you start looking at
to the amusement of Lawrence. Yep, perfect explanation from the referee as well.
Yeah, good call there by the referee.
First infringement he's looking out for.
What happens is a lot of the spectators never understand. They just see somebody holding the ball and saying holding, but there is a process that you got to look at that breakdown. Sometimes, yes, it's a little bit grey at times, but I think the referee got it
spot on this occasion.
Yes, he did.
Zenrik Josephus, he's in for Boerland. It's a good steal from the Lions.
Last feed, Black. Step.
Gielen. It's a good 20 meters made by him. Ooh, left the ball behind.
Yeah, just unfortunate piece of play there, but the big man has really carried well, and what he's done well is that he's just kept on fighting within that tackle. A lot of other players would sort of, feel the tackle and go to ground, but he just keeps on fighting, and he's been a real standout player today. Him and Bester.
Right, guys, you just stand and maintain, please.
Heelan, powerful.
Crouch.
Lock has stood up and been counted today.
Bind!
Ethan Williams replaces Jaden Brown in the number 9. They turn the Lions back again here. Work to do. And the fullback beautifully positioned once again for the 18th time there to clean up in that sweeper role.
Yeah, Mulder has put out quite a shift today at the back there, because the bowline players
Open your gap, please. Open.
have really probed and put through kicks in there just to test the back there, but he's been extremely sound. As a Ruan Mulder. Say there could be another substitution here for the Lions.
Yeah, Mamfuno looks like he's about to get ready to get on. Munareng with a half gap.
Tackle. Step.
Go the blind side with Van Gielen. He's still going here, Van Gielen. It's a good 30 meters he's gained there.
Advantage. Step. Step.
Come again here, the Lions.
Tackle! Step, step, step.
Now he joins the line here. Bit of a show and go here. Just stopped his Enich Bosch.
Release! Release!
That ball might well be stolen.
Going back.
They need to get back there to Boerland. The Lions there, courtesy of Van Gielen.
Yeah, Van Gielen has been extremely impressive today. Yes, we do know he has got a big structure that does help, but he's just done the small technical things right, and that's what's been impressive today.
Pod set up here, Ruan Bester. Ball kept to infield here.
Just a slight knock on there as Bester hurled it back inside and at his teammate, and the teammate just sort of knocked it on there. But this is quite a long distance for the ball-line team to look to attack. There's almost 12 minutes left within this game.
And now
they need to score pretty soon if they are to make this a game.
Meisenheimer comes on now to relieve Umar Daniels. Just couldn't continue anymore.
Bind! Scrum! See the ball, please. Release!
Jeez, a big running here from the Lions. And try, says the referee.
Yeah, no surprise who comes up with that ball. None other than a powerful runner of Bester, who has been carrying the ball all day long. Just breaking through the middle there and folding through. Ruan Bester scores the Lions' third try, and it's a real difficult customer to bring down. Extremely influential in terms of just getting momentum for the Lions, as they're going to try add the 2 to the 7 here. He's pulled it out quite far here. He's going to have to strike it real well to get the distance. And of course, then the accuracy starts playing its part. And that is just veered to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
But Ruan Bester there in picture. He's been a strong ball carrier between him and Van Gielen. They really have damaged this Boland defensive system. The Boland, of course, have defended with their hearts, but it's just been a lot of tackling, and it's one missed tackle results in extra. There is another example, but they've been able to strip the ball here.
Boland coming again here now. Can he go all the way? Who is it? Who is it? None other than Van Golfer.
Yeah, you did tip us off about him at the top of this game. He was able to just slice through the middle. It just seems like the Lions defense just sort of disappeared through the middle there.
He's going to drop it so they can get on with it.
Oh, great steal here by Kitshoff, who was able to just distribute it there to one of Boland's star players so far this week. And it's a good way to sort of score in the final. Always lost in the memory of a player.
We've always spoken about how good they are from scraps. It was just a sniff that they got. That said, the Lions still in charge of this final here.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the Lions are in this final game. Of course, if we just look at the crowds, that upper deck stand has been filled out, and that usually when the home side of School Monument plays, there are the seats. It is full there, and it's a common venue for the supporters to watch the game from. And that's been a suitable and ideal final to have the home side be in the final.
Yeah. You'd be confused with England's Valentine's Day here. All the supporters in red. To see another big carry from Bester.
Step.
Man from Dr. Havenga.
Right, man, as jullie in die lijn staan of je scrum? Scrum. Okay, op je 5, neem. Right, scrum, locked on.
They're gonna scrum here.
Okay, as die scrum call is, as die bal in gaan, dan moet jy speel. Dan jy moet dadelik die bal ingooi. Jy moet dadelik die bal ingooi. Staan daar asseblief.
As he said it enough.
Think we got it?
I think we got it there.
Crouch. Bind. Scrum. Step. Slide up.
Good scrum from Bueland. They're going to run it here. And it's touched. So it might be trouble here. Might be trouble here. Run Bester.
Loose.
There's a massive overlap here. So you'd think they'll be successful in the try. They are successful in the try.
Yeah, that almost wraps it up here for the Lions. Anku van Gillen. First it was Bester, of course, his 1-2 driving up the middle teammate. He did his best. He gathered enough of those Boland defenders. There's almost 8 of them that are just standing around Bester, and Van Gillen here got it at the end. Well deserved. Him getting a try. He's done a lot of damage to the middle and carried enough ball to get good momentum for the Lions here. And with the way the crowd is cheering, you won't be surprised where those two are going for high school.
Yeah, that of course is almost the immediate conversations as soon as Cravenweek is up. Wonderful kick on this occasion. Kick from a similar position a couple of minutes ago.
There's just one thing about kickers. Once you've slotted in a really difficult kick, the way you run back to your position is slightly different from when you've missed a kick. And that was a beautiful kick there by Ethan Kruger.
Again, here come Bueland. Knock on, says the referee. Through the hands here. Van Koffer just missing the outside man.
Advantage, we're going backwards.
Yeah, there's a lot of decent runners and potentially exciting backline players and runners here from the Boland team that just haven't been able to get enough ball to showcase their skills here.
Ja, baie beter. Baie dankie manne. Sien julle kan as julle wil, hè? Crouch.
Right, they're shifting the defense, or the attack rather, in the back here. Bueland.
9.
Comes out now. Here come Bueland again here. Another reckless challenger from the Golden Lions.
Johan, like tackle daar. Okay, so klaar, so dis laat. Rowan, het jy enigiets oor die tackle? Okay, so kry gou vir my die merk, asseblief. Kaptein. Kaptein. Wanneer daai paas is lankel daar weg, né? Die tackle het nog steeds plaasgevind. Soort dissipline, laaste 3 minute.
Penalty here for a late tackle. That gives opportunity for Boland to try press again to get their second try.
Yeah. Quick recycling of the ball here for Bueland.
Red advantage play.
Well, with almost 2 minutes left on the clock, it just doesn't seem like things have gone the Boland way. You spoke about them living off scraps. Unfortunately, when you're playing final type matches of this nature, yeah, you need a little bit more than that. And just, I think they've been ravished by a lot of injuries. You can just see a lot of their players just with heavy strapping.
9 white.
And you've got to give credit to the Lions for being able to be extremely clinical. They've put on points when that opportunity has risen. They've had the key ball carriers, Bester and Van Gielen, been at the top of their game, and that has set a wonderful platform for the Lions to be able to dominate.
That ball is stolen by the Lions here, last minute to go.
Stop! Stop!
They come again here via Van Kolfer. Just managing to trip over his own 2 feet there. It's Bester again over the ball there, doing excellently.
Nothing yet. Pillars move. Ball is out.
There's a tackle there. A little bit
That's backwards.
scrap. A little bit scrappy here from the Lions. They need to sort themselves out.
Can Boland finish off on a high note here? To be well deserved. They've been excellent at this tournament.
That's a good line break. It just needs one more. Tackle effected there.
Time off.
Why did you not stop it immediately? There was a...
Just wait.
The flag has come out from the referee. It almost had ended. Let's hear what he's saying.
Okay, die wit oor die swart dan.
Yes, die die swart het oor wit getip. So hy kon net doen.
Okay, so dit sou strafkom gewees het vir wit?
Nee, vir swart.
Vir swart, okay. Okay, gaan ons met hom help, ons speel ons die penalty. Right. Kaptein. Presies dieselfde storie. Laat hit, penalty only. Laaste beweging van die game. Sorg dit vir my uit asseblief. Sorg dit vir my uit asseblief. Hier. Wag net gou, wag net gou. Right, kaptein, is jy reg?
It was a late hit, so even though the Hooters gone, last stitch attempt here for Boland.
Tackle! Step.
They come again around the corner here with Martinez.
Late advantage for offside.
Another advantage being played for offside.
Los wit.
Another penalty here.
Leave.
Got to wait a little bit longer for the celebrations, the Lions.
Los wit. Los. Okay, bal is opgehou. Bal is opgehou.
Hold up.
Gaan ons terug vir die scrum of is dit die einde van die game? Einde van die game.
Celebrations for the Lions. Disappointment for Boland. A textbook tournament, it must be said, from the Golden Lions. They've really been one of the standout teams here at Cravenweek 2022. From beginning to end, some really classy displays. They've had a good combination of everything. Size, pace, experience, leadership as well has been really good. For Boland, they never really did get going. They've been immense throughout the tournament. injury ravage. You see the players make their way onto the field here, but they did do their best to front up against a really well kitted out outfit from the Lions.
Yeah, credit has to go out to the Lions and of course the organizers of this tournament. This has been a well-run tournament. We know that the under-13 Cravenweek is an important fundamental foundation period of these young players' pathway, and just having them being able to showcase their talents here. Of course, we know a lot of them are going to start to go to high schools, but this was a wonderful platform. All the sides have been, you know, great on the field, and is only indicative that the Lions side, the home side, of course, were victorious here with a score of 24 points to 7. Bowland also brought their side to this game, and it was a suitable final.
That's how it ends here, folks, for Under-13 Cravenweek 2022. The Golden Lions victorious in their backyard. 24 points against the 7 of Bowland. From myself, Lucky Letsabo, my co-commentator, Kenny Timber, and the entire team behind the scenes here for Super Sports Schools. Thanks for a great week, everyone.